And we are live on a Tuesday edition of the Sports Bash here on 97.3 ESPN. I'm your host, Mike Gill. Josh Henning is producing today's show. You out there, it is a very lively Tuesday edition of the show. We got a lot happening. Breaking news with the Sixers right before the show starts. No, Ben Simmons has not been traded, but it appears that he will have a possible new running mate as the Sixers have added a backup center. Dwight Howard went and signed with the Los Angeles Lakers yesterday on the first day of free agency. So the 76ers went and replaced him today, bringing in a former All-Star center who averaged 17.5 points, 13.5 rebounds in 25 games last season for Cleveland, before signing with the Lakers, where he averaged 12 points and 10 rebounds for L.A. You know him as the guy who has had a very interesting relationship with Joel Embiid over the years. One, Andre Drummond has signed with the Sixers. It's a one-year deal, according to Woj over at ESPN. Drummond will be interesting considering, Andre Drummond is a guy who has been an all-star player in this league. He is a guy who has started in his career 594 of the 596 games he has last appeared in. So he has essentially been a starter his entire career. Last year, you put the two teams together, he's a double-double guy, averaging 15 points and 12 rebounds on the season. He has been a guy who obviously has had very big, seasons in this league. He is a guy who has done it all in terms of double-doubles. He is a career 14.5, 13.7 rebound per game guy. It's going to be interesting to see how he fits into this team. He's obviously a guy who's played a lot of minutes in his career, averages 30 minutes per game, but now he will play a highly reduced role behind Joel Embiid. And Embiid and Drummond have quite the relationship over the years where those two guys, let's just say, have not got along so well. So it will be interesting to see. I would imagine that Drummond is an upgrade over Dwight Howard. I mean, Howard brought them something last year in terms of energy. He brought them that championship pedigree. And when they signed Dwight Howard last year, it was kind of like, what are they doing with this guy? Many people thought that Howard had really got to the end of the line in terms of his offensive skill set just doesn't fit the game today. Not that Andre Drummond's does. He is a very one-dimensional offensive player, and that is in the paint. But Howard actually exceeded expectations. No question about that. He exceeded expectations. Drummond really struggles from the free throw line, as does Dwight Howard. Not great free throw shooters, both of them. Drummond is a 60% free throw shooter last season. And in his career, he is not very good from the free throw line. In fact, he is 47% from the free throw line, Andre Drummond. So he is actually a worse free throw shooter than Ben Simmons is. You look at the comparison between these guys. Drummond, 47% from the free throw line, Dwight Howard, 56%. Neither Drummond or Howard move at all outside the paint. So they are both very one-dimensional offensive putbacks, dunks, all that kind of stuff. Both Drummond and Howard, a lot of fouls, a lot of rough play in the paint. And Howard is actually a better field goal guy, 58%, Drummond just 53%. So they basically went out and got another version of Dwight Howard. They found in their mind that Dwight Howard was the right backup for Joel Embiid. They just went out and got a guy who is, a little bit younger than Dwight Howard. He is 27. People don't realize Andre Drummond is only 27 years old. I'm kind of surprised that Drummond just essentially gave up the opportunity to start someplace. Like, he just absolutely tapped out on being a starting player in this league and said, hey, I'll go to Philadelphia and be the backup there. I don't know what he signed for price-wise, but I am a little surprised. Paul Hudrick at 340 today. He'll give us a little insight on What is the team thinking with this deal? Because quite frankly, when they signed Dwight Howard last year, I thought it was a very odd signing. And I got to imagine that this signing is also a head scratcher. Now, November the 3rd, 2018, Joel Embiid tweeted, I own a lot of real estate in Andre Drummond's head, and I'm on my way to build more. Hashtag bum, hashtag the process. They are now teammates, interestingly enough. Drummond and Embiid are now teammates, and the fit is an odd one, in my opinion. Yeah, the numbers suggest that Andre Drummond can still play. I mean, as I said, last year in Cleveland, he averaged 17.5 points, 13.5 rebounds. I mean, those are monster numbers. 17.5 and 13.5. They're big-time numbers, man. But he's playing in Cleveland, a team not very good. He went to L.A., and the numbers, ticked down big time in the scoring. He went from 17.5 down to 11.9. The rebounds were still there, though. He's still got a double-double out in Los Angeles. So this is a guy that can get on the offensive board. He can get on the glass, defensive board, offensive rebounds. He pulls down 4 offensive rebounds a game last year. But I'm trying to get in the head of Daryl Morey with this one and trying to figure out what is the move with this. Why is he bringing in a guy who is so offensively limited? In today's game, we're all kind of trying to find that stretch 4, that stretch 5 that can go out and shoot the ball. You have Joel Embiid, and now you bring in a guy who is very reminiscent of what you had last year. Now, Dwight Howard, look, he had his moments. This is a guy, Dwight Howard, that gave them a lot of energy off the bench. But he had a lot of problems with technical fouls that put the team in some tough moments. Now, Joel Embiid in the past has been quoted as saying he can't shoot. He doesn't play any defense. I own a lot of real estate in his head. It should be very interesting to see these two guys now play on the same team. Now, Kyle Neubeck over at Philly Voice is reporting the deal is for the minimum. So if it's for the minimum, you got yourself a player who, look, he's a legit player, Drummond. I mean, he's not a bum, as Embiid suggested, but Drummond replaces, he's going back to the Lakers. But look, you're bringing in a guy who's going to play 15 to 20 minutes behind Joel Embiid in the playoffs. That's what you get a guy for, like Drummond. I'm just surprised that Drummond decided and elected to take this job. This is a guy who, if you ever watch Drummond play, he kind of marches to the beat of his own drum, as we've seen in the matchups with Joel Embiid. There are nights that he appears that he is not all that interested to be out there on the defensive end of the floor. On the offensive end of the floor, he is extremely limited. And at 27 years old, when I saw that he was 27, I was a little surprised by that. First off, he seems like he's been in the league forever. And Drummond has been in the league since 2012, 2013. So he's been in the league for about 8 seasons now. Back in Detroit, then he went to Cleveland, and then over with the Lakers, now with Philadelphia. So he is kind of becoming another version of Dwight Howard, where he has kind of become a vagabond here late in his career. And look, he's a very one-dimensional offensive player. But one thing he can do is rebound the basketball. So he's a very active rebounder. He is a guy that can give a lot of positivity on the offensive end of the floor, so on the rebounding and both ends of the floor. So a minimum salary, it is worth the shot. I just wonder what this means for Ben Simmons, because Embiid and Drummond as the two centers, if you have Simmons still out there, much like you saw, Simmons just could not fit with Joel Embiid, with Dwight Howard. Anytime Embiid was out and you had to start Simmons and Howard, you can't have those two guys on the floor at the same time. So I'm interested to see, does this signing mean give a clue anyway for Ben Simmons' future. 609-403-0973 is the text board. 609-403-0973 text board. Also, you can download the free mobile app and text us through the free mobile app. Hit the text us button on your app, and we'll read off your text messages throughout the show. If you're watching the show, you can always leave them a message on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. So hit us up on there. And, of course, you can hit us up on the phones, 609 609-403-0973. Some text messages we'll get to as well. The other thing with the Sixers real quick is that they are planning to waive George Hill, and that is going to clear up some money for them. I don't think it makes him a big player in free agency, obviously, but they are planning to waive George Hill. And what this essentially is, hey, an admission that trade did not work out very well. They traded Tony Bradley, who, by the way, Tony Bradley would have been a nice, cheap piece to be the backup center to Joel Embiid. They traded him away for George Hill, and now they have to bring in a backup center. But Hill essentially came here and did very, very little. Quite disappointing move at the trade deadline last year by Daryl Morey. They bring him in. He had that thumb problem, and then he came in and just could not really be a part of the offense. He just could not fit in. He did not really find his role with this team. So the report today is that the team plans to waive George Hill, and that will mean his salary will be removed. But I only think, from what I understand, he had a partial guarantee on his contract. $1.2 million of his salary was guaranteed. So waiving him, from what I hear, is helping them avoid the luxury tax. But that essentially they will not use his roster spot on getting another veteran player who is better than him. It's just that they're going to save money on the luxury tax. So you're losing George Hill, who, look, I'm totally admitting he was a disappointment, but you're not replacing him, which means this is a guy who you brought here thinking, right? Thinking that you were going to get some veteran leadership ball handling from, and now all of a sudden you're going to release him and then not replace him. Now, you can make the argument and say, well, you're going to have Tyrese Maxey kind of take that role, and I would agree with you on that. I think that is an indication that they trust that Maxey will be the primary ball handler or backup ball handler, depending on what happens with Ben Simmons, which we, at this point, just don't know yet. So whatever happens with Ben Simmons is an underlining conversation to everything that happens with this team right now. But they're not going to have George Hill here. So it's either Tyrese Maxey is your primary backup ball handler to Ben Simmons, or Ben Simmons is moved and the person you get either replaces Simmons as the primary ball handler, or Tyrese Maxey kind of takes that role, depending on who you get. I mean, if you trade for Bradley Beal, obviously Beal is not going to come in and be the primary ball handler. If you trade for Dame Lillard, yeah, then Dame Lillard comes in, he's your primary ball handler, and everything seems to be better in that situation. But if you just get rid of Simmons and bring in Beal, well, then Tyrese Maxey, I would imagine, becomes your primary ball handler, and that's where you are. And then the team last night also brought back Furkan Korkmaz, which is probably to the dismay of many out there. I would say this, and I hear Josh saying, yes, they got him on a pretty team-friendly deal. You know, the fact to find shooting in this league. Now, the problem is, here's the problem, and I will totally agree with this. Yeah, am I thrilled Korkmaz is back? No, but this is like everything in life. We want the shiny new toy. We want something new and something different. If they let Korkmaz go, they were going to bring someone else who shoots about what Korkmaz does from three, and then we complain about that guy too. So the Sixers decided to go with what they know, a guy who comes in here and he will shoot 37% from three-point range. He's just a basically hired gun. That's what he is for 3 years. And what did he end up getting? You know what his deal was last night, Korkmaz? It's a 3-year, $15 million deal. Yeah, so they got him for pretty cheap. $5 million a year. That's a pretty good deal for a guy who can shoot the basketball in a league that everybody's looking for shooting. Yeah, I mean, they need shooting. There's not a lot of way they can get it. I know Korkmaz. Look, I'm not sitting here praising this deal, but for $15 million to go get a guy who can hit, in his career, I know Korkmaz is a very one-dimensional player, but he also shot 40% from three last year, 37%. This year, he does shoot the three and can make an open shot, which this team lacks a lot of. I'm not sitting here telling you to get excited. I saw somebody post on the Facebook page, hey, same team as last year, another second-round exit. Yeah, right now it's shaping up to be a very similar team. Very similar team to last year. Now, there's one guy that obviously is still out there, and that is Simmons. What happens with him? That is evolving and evolving and evolving almost by the minute as signings happen. So does the signing of Andre Drummond signal anything? 609-403-0973. Text board. And the video chat is up, and I see Jeff chimes in. He says, unless you all want to use Simmons as a legit off-the-bench role player, because I'm just saying he plays like one. Well, you're not going to use Ben Simmons off the bench. I mean, that's not happening. I know we were talking about this, and it's over at 973ESPN.com. Nobody wants to hear it, but anonymous coaches just did a survey, and they voted on the best defensive player in the league. And the coaches voted for Ben Simmons as the best defensive player in the league. Nobody cares. They only care about offense. He doesn't shoot. He doesn't do this. I get it. But this is what a coach was quoted as saying. Size, speed, strength, ability to guard smalls, ability to guard bigs. What more do you want? He has it all. Length, shot blocking ability. Such a dynamic team when he's on the floor. Quick in the passing lanes to get the steals. That's his contribution to the game. I know Gobert is Gobert, and he blocks a lot of shots and does everything. But Simmons is so disruptive. You can't go wrong with either guy, but the versatility with Simmons is what put him over the top for me. So again, people don't think he has value. There are coaches in this league that believe he has value. It's all beauty in the eye of the beholder. If you want a guy that shoots and scores, he's not your guy. He's not your guy. Over on the text board, Mike Korkmaz is making $1 total million less in 3 years than McDermott is getting per season, and people were excited about potentially adding him. Korkmaz is a great value and will be a tradable asset later if desired. As far as Drummond, I'm good with it as long as Doc doesn't run him and bend together like he did Dwight. Tough to argue about his value on a minimum deal. Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, for the minimum salary, this is a guy who, look, if Joel Embiid, for whatever reason, ended up getting hurt and had to miss time with that knee injury like he had last year, and they had to go to Dwight Howard, Andre Drummond can play starting minutes in this league. I don't think Dwight Howard is still able. Here's the problem. You cannot play Drummond and Simmons together. So if Embiid misses any stretch of games, 10, 15, 20 games, Drummond can play starting minute and be a productive player, unlike Howard. Howard can be productive. The problem is you cannot play Simmons and Drummond together like you could not play Simmons and Howard together. That's the issue. As a backup on the minimum deal, it's a fine deal. So what does it signify for the future of Ben Simmons? 609-403-0973. Text board open. You can also download the free mobile app and text us right through the app. It's free thanks to First Bank of Sea Isle. Get the app on your phone, open up the app, and hit the text us button, and you can interact and engage with us through the free mobile app thanks to First Bank of Sea Isle here on the Sports Bash Live 97.3 ESPN. I'm Mike Gill. Just getting started. We'll open up the phones. I'll take a couple calls on the other side if you want to get involved on the Sixers offseason so far. 609-403-0973. I see text messages continuing to come in. And don't forget, you can text us through the free mobile app. So hit us up there as well. We will read off everything we get. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash Live 97.3 ESPN. And don't forget, streaming live on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter. Sports Bash brought to you by Matt Blatt Nissan. The all-new Matt Blatt Nissan now open Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township, next to Home Depot. Online, mattblattnissan.com. I am Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash. Open up the phone line, 609-573-3776, 609-573-3776, 609-573-ESPN, all over South Jersey and Delaware. At Mike Gill Show on Twitter. Watch the show live, Facebook and YouTube and Twitter. We are very busy today on the text board as well. A couple of ways you can text us through the text board, 609-403-0973. Also, open up your free mobile app. If you're listening on the app, you can hit the text us function, and we are getting some text through there. One is from Mark in Atlantic City, listening on the app. He says, no free agents come to Philadelphia over the last 30 years. This isn't a destination, and I don't blame them. Well, they don't have any money either, Mark, but you're right about that. I saw people texting about the Heat, or tweeting about the Heat, how they go out and reinvent themselves. And the Heat are a free agent destination. Yeah, they don't have to tank because they can just say, hey, you want to come live in Miami? The Sixers don't have that. Like, if you can't figure that out, you're probably not a sports fan. Right? Like, if you have to kind of be explained the whole free agent situation, free agents are going to Miami, they're going to LA. Where else are the top level free agents going? The guys that are people that shift the balance of power in a league. Like Jimmy Butler, he's not signing in Philadelphia. The only reason he's in Philadelphia is because he got traded to Philadelphia. But if he got the choice to go wherever he wants to go, he's not picking Philadelphia. I mean, he said, yeah, I want to go to Miami. Of course you do. So Philadelphia is not a free agent destination. We had this conversation a couple of years ago. It's not a place where the top-level free agent is going to say, hey, I want to go there. So somebody texted in on the text board, 609-403-0973. Says, Mike, I don't agree with what Mitch Lawrence said yesterday on the show. I think the Heat got way better. Did they get way better? I don't necessarily think they got way better, but I think they got better, and I'll tell you why. Look, they got Kyle Lowry, who I think is an upgrade over Goran Dragic. But Dragic, keep in mind, Dragic has been an all-star player in this league. Dragic was a guy who made the all-star team multiple times. Dragic is a player that, now he's 35 years old, and he's definitely slowing down. But Kyle Lowry, and I think Lowry's better than Dragic. But at 35 years old, is Lowry slowing down? Yeah, they got Jimmy Butler, and yeah, they've got Bam Adebayo, but they don't have a lot of size. They did bring in PJ Tucker, which I thought was a solid move for them because Lowry's a good defender, Butler's a good defender, Tucker's a good defender. So they got better. But I don't sit here and tell you that I think they're the favorites in the East. Now, I agree with what the text message saying. I thought Mitch kind of poo-pooed the fact that they are, I think, a top 4 team in the East, but I don't know that they're a title contender. But getting Lowry there is definitely, I would say, I don't want to say it's a significant upgrade over Dragic. Dragic was an all-star player for that team. How many all-star games did Dragic make for the Heat, Josh? Can you look that up for me? I would say Dragic made at least 3 all-star games, right? 2 to 3 all-star games Dragic made. People, I just don't feel like he is a guy who pops. I mean, but Dragic scored 20 points a game. He scored 16, 17, 20, 16, 16, 20. I mean, Dragic's been a really good player in this league. How many all-star games did Dragic make?
He's actually only been the one.
One?
And he's been an all-NBA third team.
He's been an all-NBA third team
once
and made 1 all-star game.
That's correct.
Wow, why did I thought he made multiple all-star games. Now, what about Lowry?
Hold on one sec.
All right. I'm a little surprised by that. I thought Dragic made multiple all-star games. Now, I would say that knowing that the Eastern Conference is a little watered down in its all-star selections. I mean, Drew Holiday made an all-star game when he played for the Sixers. Dragic made an all-star game. I always thought Dragic, like Al Horford, made a bunch of all-star games. How many Lowry make?
6.
6-time all-star.
6-time all-star and 1-time
I'm
All-NBA
surprised by
13.
that. Wow. And how many what? 1-time?
1-time All-NBA 13 for
So
Lowry.
they both are All-NBA 13 once. But he's made 6 all-stars and Dragic only 1. Man, see, Dragic, once he went in Phoenix, he averaged 20 points a game that one year, and that kind of put him on the map. Then he was 16, 16, 20, 17. He had a little run there where him and Lowry, I would think, are now, as I said, I think Lowry's a better player, but I don't think he's a significantly better player.
I think what he brings to the table that Dragic
Better
couldn't
defensive
do
player,
was
too.
the defense, and that fits the Heat culture. Yeah, they had a lot of problems last year guarding the perimeter at times.
Yeah, Dragic not a great defensive player. I'll give you that.
And don't forget, they kept trying to play Tyler Hero at the point guard at times.
Well, Dragic was hurt.
Well, he was hurt, but also they needed more defense on the perimeter, and they didn't have the guys to go out there.
Yeah, no, Dragic's not a great defensive player. That's definitely an upgrade defensively. Like I said, having Tucker, Lowry, and Butler, and Adebayo's a pretty good defensive player too.
That's a big change.
Yeah, no, they're definitely a better defensive-minded team than they were last year.
And they have the defensive-minded coach too, right? They have the coach that fits that style too.
Yeah. No, I think they, as I said, I think they, what the text message suggested was Mitch Lawrence said yesterday when I said, oh, this makes them much better. He kind of poo-pooed that and said, they're not better. Like, in other words, I think what Mitch was saying, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I think he was just suggesting you're not a championship contender if Jimmy Butler's your best player.
Which is inaccurate because what you're basically saying is that what happened in the bubble is invalid.
Well, I think a lot of people think that.
Well, then LeBron James never won a title that year. And the Lakers didn't win a title.
I don't have a problem with that. They got beat in the first round last year. Right?
The point is that you can't invalidate one team and not invalidate the whole thing.
Glenn and EHT, you're on 97.3. What's up, Glenn?
Yo, Mike, how you feel?
I feel all right today. Thank you.
Good, man. Yeah, if I had to get in Daryl Morey's mind, what he wants is more from that position. That's why Simmons is out. And I remember Josh, I think, had a guest on. Can't remember what weekend it was, but he described what that position needs. He described it with like bounce and pop. Can't remember the guy's name, but that to me was the perfect way to describe what you want at that point guard position. Ben Simmons doesn't have it. I think Morey wants a more dependable and a more consistent offensive presence there, and a guy who plays good defense. He doesn't have to be the almighty defender. I mean, to me, you oversell the D, man. He's a good defender. He's a good player.
I didn't oversell it. The coaches voted him as the best defensive player in the league, not me.
That doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, Mike. Like you said, no one cares because no one does. And Maurice doesn't care either. He just wants a good defender out there and someone who can play some offense. I'm telling you, that's what it's going to come down to. Ben Simmons doesn't fit Morey's style to me. He's watched it like I am and like other people thinking, I got to move this guy. He doesn't help us. He helps us on D once in a while. Yeah, he's disruptive. But come on, Mike. He wants more from that position.
Hey, listen, if he ends up moving them for something that's other than Lillard and Beal, then you will have been correct. If he holds on to him, I think that will give you your answer. And so far, all the offers he has gotten, you're wrong and I'm right.
Yeah, but he's trying to get a haul for a role player. How are you going to get a haul for a role player?
Well, I'm just telling you. You're telling me he doesn't value what he does. If he didn't value what he does, he would take one of these offers that he's getting because in your mind, he thinks he's a role player. If he just thought he was a role player, he'd say, I could get D'Angelo Russell. I could go get Malcolm Brogdon. He's not taking those deals.
Well, he's a superstar in contract only. I mean, that's the only thing that makes him have to give something back.
And that's in your mind. But you just said you don't think Morey values what he brings. If that's the case, then Morey will flip him for something of less value. So far, that is not accurate.
And
as I said,
will be irrelevant in Sacramento.
Glenn,
and then we'll be talking about how Ben Simmons just became
and if that's the case, as I said, Glenn,
off the bench.
Glenn, as I said, if that's the case, and he ends up making a trade for one of these lesser offers, then you will have been proven to be accurate, and I would be wrong. That being said, so far,
I can't wait to call you after that.
I can't wait either. Because
Have a
so
good day,
far,
Mike.
Glenn, appreciate it, bud. So far, he has not taken one of those deals. And guess what? Those deals are available. He can take those deals. So if he deems Ben Simmons to be a role player, the offers are on the table. He's not deeming him to be a role player. And if he does, Glenn, I have zero problem saying, hey, Glenn, you know what? You're right. He viewed him as a role player. I don't think that's going to happen. I have maintained he will not make a deal that makes them different. He will make a deal that makes them better. 609-573-3776. Jump on board. Thank you as always. Appreciate everybody's engagement, everybody watching the show, Facebook, YouTube, Twitter. I am Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. When we come back, the Phillies mailbag is posted right now at 97.3ESPN.com. You can check that out. We will talk to Frank Close, who answered questions regarding Joe Girardi's future. Coming up. All right, time for the Phillies mailbag. Frank Close is here. He got a lot of questions again this week as the Phillies pulled within 2.5 games of the Metropolitans last night. With all sorts of problems, Phillies come from behind with a nice win last night. They beat the Washington Nationals, or what's left of them anyway. Frank Close, 97.3 ESPN.com. At Frank Close, his Phillies mailbag appears on our website, 97.3 ESPN.com. Every Tuesday, and he answers your questions. You can text 609-403-0973, 609-403-0973, or listen on the free mobile app and text us through your app. What's going on, Frank?
Not much. How are you, Mike?
Everything is good, man. Phillies 2.5 back, as bad as everything is. I mean, they should be up in this division by 10 games.
Should be, but if you add up all the little things that infuriated fans throughout the season, I'm sure they could be much, much better.
If the blown saves were cut in half or even in a third, and just losing games against the Pirates that they should win, that kind of stuff. I mean, realistically, the Mets are just trying to hand this to them, and they haven't been able to get it. So let's look inside the mailbag and see what people are asking you this week. John wants to know, how bad is the Phillies minor league pitching that Vince Velasquez, Matt Moore, and Chase Anderson are still getting trotted out there every fifth day, or have been anyway?
Well, I think this comes down to two major failures in the system, and that was a couple of years ago. Two of the top three prospects in the Philly system were Adonis Medina and Spencer Howard, and neither of them ever really launched. As you saw, the Phillies ended up trading Spencer Howard at the trade deadline, and Adonis Medina, he's got a 5.48 earned run average at AAA. Now, he's somebody that made a start for the Phillies last year kind of out of desperation. But, when you have those guys at the top of your prospect list, you expect to be able to dip into AAA and bring them up now and then for at least a start here or there, if not getting more out of them. And as you saw, the Phillies ultimately traded Spencer Howard, not because they don't think he has good stuff, but because, in a way, he sort of failed to launch. When they needed the help, Spencer Howard was not able to come up at least semi-big. I mean, they weren't even asking for much. They were asking for 5-inning starts. He couldn't even do that. And then Medina, actually, he's going to start tonight after being out with an injury since June. But that AAA bench was definitely something concerning. Phillies addressed that a couple ways this week. One with that trade with the Rangers, right? Did you notice they got a prospect back, which, by the way, I thought was – I don't want to go on a limb yet, but I think there's the potential that we can see Hans Kraus be better than Spencer Howard in the major leagues. But also they picked up Tyler Phillips, South Jersey boy from Bishop Eustace, and he like Kraus joined the AA rotation. So I think they're really hoping that for next year they've got some starting depth at AAA, something which certainly was a problem this year.
That said, what do you think of the decision to move Ranger Suarez into that starting spot, considering, he had been closing? I get it. Kennedy's going to take over the closing spot. Would you have rather have seen Suarez stay in the pen and lengthen that pen, or did you like the decision to move him into the rotation?
I feel like they kind of had to, because Bailey Falter, of course, has been out with a bad case of COVID. And so Falter might have been that rotation option. And now, instead of having the luxury of saying, do we do it with either Ranger Suarez or Bailey Falter, now all of a sudden you only have one of the two. And the number of innings that Suarez can pitch at once, I think, makes him perhaps, well, he's the only candidate right now. But they had to do something. Clearly Vince Velasquez could not start another game for the Phillies. Now he's on the IL with the blister issue or something like that, which, I don't know, seems like an excuse to me. But really,
I have no problem with that excuse, by the way.
whatever gets them off the roster, right? No, but really, Suarez was the only real option they had right now. And as you saw yesterday, he came up pretty big, 3 innings, 33 pitches. I know one of the questions a lot of people were asking last night was, should they have let him stay in the game a little bit longer? But I'm kind of okay with it. It's not just a matter of number of pitches. It's Ranger Suarez getting back into that routine, right? The ups and downs, the preparation to start. So I'm okay with him only pitching 3, but it looks like he's going to be a much better option than any of those names that the question asked about.
All right. So obviously, you mentioned because last night Suarez went 3 strong innings. They talked about a fourth. He said he thought about it. Do we anticipate he'll get stretched out to where he can pitch 6, 7 innings in this calendar season?
I think so. I think by next time he'll be good to go for 4, and then 5, and then I think once he gets to that 5 mark, that he'll be kind of open ended as to his pitching performance will determine how long he goes into games, and it's something that he hasn't done in a while. He's given them some big outings in relief, at least in terms of length so far this year. Now, granted, as the closer, they had that gutsy performance against the Boston Red Sox, which was one of the longer performances, a number of pitches. But he just got to get back into that routine. One thing I do want to add really fast on Suarez, he was pretty much poised to beat out Vince Velasquez and Nick Pivetta for the rotation last year, but then the shutdown happened, and then by the time they reported for summer camp, he had a COVID case and was unfortunately wasn't that the COVID was that bad. It was that he was stuck in his hotel room until he could test negative, and that took a while, and that derailed him and kind of took him out of baseball shape. So it's nice to see Ranger Suarez getting this opportunity finally after all these years.
All right, Frank Close, let's go to question 2. Sir Anthony Dominguez on a rehab assignment soon. So what are the impacts of Dominguez possibly this season?
I think the best way to describe this is a wild card. Another guy who's greatly affected by the COVID shutdown because he couldn't have his Tommy John surgery right away. Right? Remember last spring he was going to try to pitch, and then it came clear during spring training that Dominguez really couldn't pitch last year, and he would need to get the Tommy John surgery. And because elective surgeries were stopped, it delayed it till June. So what we know about those Tommy John surgeries is sometimes it takes 12 to 18 months before you can pitch again in the major leagues. And, since the surgery was last June, he's over 12. He's not as many as 18. So I think this is a situation where he's going to start pitching in the minor leagues. By the way, speaking of COVID, the Florida complex is still shut down right now. So he can't even work out down there. He can't pitch for the Florida Coast League Phillies or Class A Clearwater. So that's another complication here. But, you'll see him probably get some relief appearances in the minor leagues, and hopefully by September, but probably not before September. If he's looking good down there, he might get a look in the major leagues. But at this point, I think he was kind of written off for the year, and anything you get out of him would be a bonus. So we'll see how he looks as he's able to start pitching in some minor league games, and that could be a nice boost to the Phillies bullpen, because we've seen that even when you think you have all your arms, there's been constant injured list situations, so he might get an opportunity.
Yeah, that would be an interesting little boost, and he was a guy that really came on the scene, and with out of nowhere, and then they almost overused him, injured, and then got hurt again. So you can't rely on that, but it would be a nice shot in the arm if he was able to come and give them anything in that bullpen. You hinted at Velasquez kind of being whatever to get him, just to kind of get him out of here. Does he have a role moving forward?
No, not really. One of the unfortunate things I think is that the week before Dave Dombrowski was hired, the interim Phillies leadership decided for him that Vince Velasquez should come back. And, how many years have we been asking the same thing in spring training? Well, is this the year that Vince Velasquez is going to figure things out? I can't see them putting him in any situation that's high leverage at this point unless they're stuck. I mean, let's face it, Daniel De Los Santos ended up pitching a key inning last night. I'm sure there will be times in which Vince Velasquez finds himself in one, but really, he's going to be pretty far back in the bullpen at this point, I believe. Unfortunately, I think we've
not unfortunate.
Oh yes, you want to win, so but I mean, for all the effort the Phillies put into Vince Velasquez over these years, I was really shocked that they brought him back this year at all. I swore up and down they were going to non-tender him, but what do you know? I guess since the new president wasn't brought in the fold yet, the interim leadership said, well, it's better to have guys than not have guys. So they brought him back.
Oddly, and he actually finally admitted, hey, the same result keeps happening, and yet they keep putting me out there. Maybe they heard him say that and say, all right, he now realizes that he sucks. We're going to also we're also going to move on this and get him out of here. What about Matt Moore, Chase Anderson? What's their roles?
Well, I think at this point, you're going to have to ride them out for a while here. Chase Anderson is going to be a starter in your rotation now. Uh, that's mainly because Zach Eflin's knee injury is a little bit worse than they had hoped originally. So they need him to throw some innings. And I think at this point, when you pick among Vince Velasquez, Matt Moore, and Chase Anderson, one of those three has to give you more than 3 innings a start. And even though they have not been giving you deep outings, I guess after that long relief appearance by Anderson, after he followed up Velasquez, he's the next guy because he gave them a bunch of innings. But I'll say this: the Phillies had his after he had COVID, that rehab assignment down in AAA. Phillies used that full 30 days, and it's very clear that the Phillies needed pitching all along. So they really made sure that he was buried at AAA as long as humanly possible. He was not good in his rehab starts, so I think that spot in the rotation remains a little concerning for the Phillies.
All right, let's leave with this because I think this is a loaded question from Ed. If the Phillies don't win the division, should Joe Girardi be fired?
I think that if you're going to fire a manager, whether it's Joe Girardi or anybody else, it has to be because you had the tools that were capable of winning, and that team did not win with those tools.
Well, they
So
fired
we have to ask ourselves. Well, that's true. Well, I don't think he had the tool. I mean, I don't think he had the tools. There are a few other reasons why I eventually thought that maybe the room could use a change of voice, but I didn't think Kepler had the tools. But Dave Dombrowski, he didn't even get to put together his own roster this year in a lot of respects, right? As I just mentioned, some of the decisions were made ahead of time for him, and he basically inherited zero bullpen, right? So I don't believe that Dave Dombrowski thinks he did everything that he possibly could do to win this year because he didn't have the ability to coming in when he did. And so I really think the answer to that is Dave Dombrowski's got to put together his roster that he believes can win. That's 100% his own roster. And then if the manager can't win with that next year, then I think that you need to move on. But I don't think it's fair to say that Joe Girardi has every tool that he could possibly have to win, and somehow he is messing it up. I don't think the failures of the bullpen, the starting rotation, that can be attributed to Joe Girardi, because otherwise you're saying that if you put another manager in, they would have done way, way better. I don't think that's the case. I think the Phillies can still sneak into the playoffs, although since I spoke to you last, things look a lot tougher with Andrew McCutchen and Zach Eflin out with injuries. But I don't think that this is a roster that you look at and you say Joe Girardi should have made the playoffs with this roster.
All right, Frank Close, the Phillies mailbag is always open. You can send him a tweet at Frank Close. And, of course, on Tuesdays, he will answer it right here on the Sports Bash. Go to 973ESPN.com and check out Frank's Phillies mailbag for more in-depth conversation on this Phillies team. 2.5 games out behind the Mets. They play the Mets, by the way, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Thank you, Frank.
Thanks, Mike.
There's Frank Close, everybody, here on the Sports Bash answering your Phillies mailbag questions. We could get into more Phillies conversation a little bit later on in the show. 609-403-0973, 609-403-0973. That's the text board. If you're listening on the app, just tap the app and hit the Text Us button, and you can text us through your free mobile app. And, of course, if you're watching the show live on Facebook, YouTube, or Twitter, leave us a comment in the comments section. I will get to those coming up. Plus, Paul Hudrick talks a little Sixers at 3:40.
South Jersey's home for the Sixers and Flyers.
Yeah!
He scored!
A two-hand jam!
97.3 ESPN, WENJ, WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City, a Town Square media station. This is the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN. Now, live inside the Matt Black Kia Studios, here's Mike Gill.
On hour two, it's been a busy day. A lot of texts, a lot of tweets, a lot of conversation. 609-403-0973. Text board, tap the app. You can text us through the free mobile app and get involved in the show. Also, you can watch the show on Facebook and Twitter. If you're watching right now, you see the BMOC. Jeff Nadeau is here. And, of course, on a Tuesday here on the Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN. I feel like I missed Jeff last week. I wasn't here last week. I missed you, man. What's going on?
Miss you too, Mike. Nice to see you. Thanks for having me as always.
Yeah, man. So much happening right now. Of course, the NBA free agency, I think, has been crazy so far. But Ben Simmons still not traded. I'm sure you're irked.
Yeah. Look, I guess hopefully they're just waiting around and it ends up happening. But look, I continue to believe more and more that this is what's going to be what it is. And they're just going to try to say, oh, we'll just do it one more year.
Well, I was going to say, are you getting any signs from what's happened so far that they are just going to hold on to him and not do something? Or is there something bigger? Because, they went out and got Drummond today. You can't play Ben Simmons and Drummond together.
No. And I think that's an interesting point by you. Listen, do I think it'll be Damian Lillard? Listen, all they got to do is get rid of Maxey, 2 first-round picks, and Ben Simmons. I think that probably works. I don't know what
Portland does that deal.
Yeah, I do. I do. I do think they do that deal. But again, I'm more and more worried that they're just going to say, you know what, we'll do one more year of this. He's been in the gym. He's been working hard. You're going to see a new and improved Ben Simmons this year. And we hear that every year. And then every year it's the same old stuff. But I think you make a good point about Drummond. And look, that's a nice move for them. Dwight Howard, okay player, has had a nice career. Obviously, he's not what he used to be. And how many times, Mike, last year did Dwight Howard get tossed in games? They didn't have any comparable backups. I just think they needed a younger version of Dwight Howard. And I will tell you, when it comes to the NBA draft, Mike, I know these prospects. Charles Bassey is a guy that a year ago, before he broke his leg, I thought he was a first-round pick, top 20 type of guy. He had a broken leg injury at one point, and he had some issues at West Kentucky, but a guy that dominated that conference. And I mean, a man amongst boys. There was no one in Conference USA that could stop Charles Bassey. And Petrushev, for that matter, didn't play in the college ranks last year. He went over to Serbia. And I think that had a lot to do with the pecking order at Gonzaga. I think he wanted to change his game, kind of get him more NBA ready. Both are very good options as young bigs.
Yeah, I like that. I remember, talking to you about him last year. The game he played against West Virginia. He's just a big guy, active defender, and apparently has worked on maybe him and Simmons should work together. He's working on his 3.
Well, and he's a guy that is willing to work at it and get better. I think he could be a really interesting player and complement to Joel Embiid down the road. I think he's a guy that has NBA talent, NBA skill. And look, their first-round pick I was high on as well. They continue to grab this prototype of kid that can defend at a really high level. I think what Springer is Thibault with offense. So, continue to get that mold of player.
Yeah. Obviously, so what'd you think of Lowry signing with the Heat? What's that do for them?
Well, that's obviously a move I wanted the Sixers to make. And that's kind of the concern sometimes with the Sixers. It seems like every team around them starts getting better, starts getting players, and starts to make a run at things again. And that's something they needed. Obviously, with Kendrick Nunn, is he a guy that can take them to the next level at least over the next 2 or 3 years, where they think they can win? Can Goran Dragic do it? Nice player, but more of a journeyman backup at this point. I like the fact that they were able to retain Duncan Robinson. They're able to retain everyone, and then they went out and got Kyle Lowry. So I think that's a great move for them, and I think they vault back in. Let me ask you, Mike. Where do they rank now in the East?
I figure, I was talking about this yesterday. I mean, I think they got to be, that puts them in the top 4 again, right?
Yeah, well,
They were what,
surely
4 or 5 this past year. They were 6. They got knocked out by the Bucks. They got swept.
They got swept, right?
Right. So they were the 6th seed. So I guess, I mean, Dragic was hurt last year a little bit. I mean, he hasn't been, you're right. He's slowed down a little bit. He's not the same player he was. I think defensively, getting Tucker's another nice piece for them, too. I think that puts him in the top 4. The Knicks look like they're kind of staying the same. And I think with a non-COVID type of year, hopefully anyway, they were playing hard all 72 last year. I don't think they're a 4 seed. I think they drop. The Hawks, obviously, I think move in. So, yeah, it's getting competitive in that top 4.
I think the pecking order is obviously
Brooklyn.
In any, I'm not rating these as better teams, but Brooklyn, Milwaukee, the Sixers, the Miami Heat, and then Atlanta, New York, Washington. Or maybe not Washington if they move from Beal, but that's kind of, and it doesn't really matter after you get past, let's say, Atlanta. New York will be interesting. They, as you said, didn't get any better. I don't think offensively they still have the same problems. The East is stacked defensively, though, right? I mean, Brooklyn, we just know how good they are offensively, but every other team is really good defensively. So, the Sixers, you're waiting for the shoe to drop. If they sign Damian Lillard, they go to number 1.
Well, yeah, I mean that is like. So, are you of the feel right now that Morey's either holding out for Lillard or Beal or nothing, or that Lillard, Beal, see how it goes after the Olympics? If those two are not available, then he will move Simmons for the best deal that he has, or does he keep Simmons if he can't get Beal or Lillard?
No, I think it's been abundantly clear that he's going for what he thinks and what we all know is ridiculous, and that's shooting for getting a Damian Lillard. It's either Damian Lillard or Bradley Beal.
You wanted to. You said Portland would make that deal. So would you blame Morey for holding on until they say, "Yeah, fine, we'll take that deal"?
No.
You know what I'm saying? Like, if he takes a lesser deal, are you going to say you should have got Lillard? Why would you take Buddy Hield?
No, what I'm thinking is I don't think they have any interest in anyone else. Probably.
Right. No, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I don't think.
Like, I know that people like you, and I'm not. Everybody's entitled to the way they feel.
Yeah.
I don't think he's making a deal that's going to make them different. He's going to look for a deal that will make them better. They might be different with D'Angelo Russell. They might be able to score more and shoot better and yada, yada. But D'Angelo Russell couldn't defend you, Nadu.
Right, but what I'm saying is ultimately with the deals that he's thrown out there that were ridiculous that we saw on draft day, that shows me that I think he doesn't really have any interest in another deal if it's not Damian. It's either going to be him or Beal. Those are the only two.
Well, would you have taken that Warriors deal with Andrew Wiggins?
No.
Well, I said no to that.
Well, I will. Are you asking me if I'm Daryl Morey, do I take it, or do I personally take it?
Jeff Nadu, do you take that deal?
I'll tell you right now, I would take. You wouldn't want to know what I would take for Ben Simmons, just being honest. Because, Mike, I don't think Ben Simmons is useful in this team. I think you could. Would I take D'Angelo Russell for Ben Simmons straight up right now? Yeah, I would.
He's not useful in the way that people want to view him as.
But again, Mike, I don't care. At this point, I'm not worried about defense anymore, Mike. They need to win. They need to score. And this is a team that has failed when it matters most to score the basketball. And I think if it was Russell, him and Joel Embiid would be a terrific tandem. Plus, remember, you can still retain Thibault. You still have Tobias Harris. You still have Danny Green. You still have Seth Curry. All we're doing is moving Ben Simmons, and we're getting back D'Angelo Russell, who, Mike, you know better than me. If they had D'Angelo Russell, they probably would have beaten Atlanta.
Possible. I mean, look, I could say this to you, Jeff.
Who would you rather have at the end of the game, Mike? D'Angelo Russell or Ben Simmons?
At the end of the game in
that game,
particular playoff, yeah. I mean, I would agree with you. In these playoffs, he was historically the worst player possibly of all time.
Mike, this is something all the time we deal with him, though, with.
Well, that's not true. I'm saying if he shot in the playoffs in 18, he shot 70% from the line. If he shot 70% of the line, they would have swept Atlanta. Right?
Well, I don't know about that. I mean, game one, I mean, I think Atlanta kind of just gave up in the last 5 minutes. But yeah, look, we'll never know. But
if he shoots 60 to 70% from the free throw line like he does during the regular season, they probably are in the finals. That's what I'm saying.
You made a comment last week. You got to admit that was.
I wasn't even here last week.
You made a comment on Twitter about the fans want him gone, but it might not be the right. That was a wild comment by you.
Well, you should have saw the responses I got.
I'm sure they were good. It was a bad comment, Mike.
You
don't actually believe that, do you?
Yeah, because this is what will happen. Okay, they will trade Simmons. And I don't know what's going to happen to him. Will he be able to shoot all of a sudden miraculously? Probably not. I'm not that guy. I don't care if he scores, shoots, whatever. Because what's going to happen is he'll leave, all right? The guy they bring in will get torched defensively. Then they're going to say, we can't defend anybody. And then you know what else is going to happen secondarily is Seth Curry will become a very average player. The rest of the role players around them will be like, crap, we don't have the same looks that we used to have because the guy handling the ball sucks. So all of the little things that don't get looked at by, because we only care about scoring in this world. That's
Mike, listen, they're not going to get DeAndre Russell. And I don't think, like I said, I don't think that whatever,
you want to see the backcourt defense of CJ McCollum and Seth Curry? You want to see how that goes?
Well, Mike, look, I don't think it'll be a terrible. They still have Joel Embiid. They still have Thibault. They still have Danny Green. Tobias. They're all good defenders.
Green's not here. Actually, Green apparently is not too happy with the contract offer he's been getting.
What is his story, by the way?
Apparently, the guy who does the podcast with him said that he has had conversations with the Sixers and they are not close.
Well, good. See ya. He's what people constantly talk whenever he signs somewhere about how good of a move it is. And it's like, it's really not. Like, he really doesn't do anything well. Did he win a title? Yeah. I mean,
couple titles.
Yeah. So I don't know, but we'll see.
3 titles, by the way, 3.
Yeah, but it wasn't anything that he did to win the titles. I was just happy to be there.
Well, I would say that if Danny Green played in that series, they would have won. Them losing Green, I think, really hurt them in that series. They had to start Korkmaz, which goes.
Who, by the way, just got a big deal. By the way, that's what we're worried about. Firkin Korkmaz, for God's sake.
Well, I would say that Korkmaz can't defend, and that killed them in that series. And you just talked about how the East, all these teams can defend.
Yeah, well, but I don't think if you just move away from Simmons, I still think they're pretty good defensively.
What if they traded Harris and kept Simmons?
No.
You're okay
I don't
with
want
Harris?
Ben Simmons anywhere near them. No.
That's fair.
I'm out. Mike, we got a big battle at left tackle, by the way. I think you heard about it.
I don't know that it's a battle so much.
Yeah, my lot is just
Your
better.
battle
right?
in the real world. You're winning that battle, aren't you?
Which one?
Yeah, you got all sorts of battles going.
Yeah, well, I got plenty of battles, bro.
I think that my lot is kicking Diller's rear end.
Agreed. I actually didn't like the Dillard pick, and if you go back and look, you will hear it. I actually hated the pick. He was injured. I didn't like it. I wanted Cody Ford in the second round, and they ended up taking Dillard instead. But I agree. I think my lot is surely the choice. He doesn't seem ready, Dillard. And, look, if Brandon Brooks is okay, which I got to tell you, I did not like that comment made by him about the diet. He's 330 pounds.
I saw you tweet at someone like, is this a real thing? And it's like, wouldn't it be great that you worked your ass off like you did, by the way, and lost how much weight?
120 pounds.
120 pounds, and then decided, after all that work I put in, I'm going to go eat Taco Bell and beef back up to 330. What a great life.
I mean, look, I know he's an offensive lineman, but I feel like where he was perfect. Why change the way you were? I don't know. Like, wasn't he like the best left guard or a right guard in the NFL?
Yeah, what happened was when he tore his Achilles, he got into like MMA and lost so much weight because he was doing all the MMA stuff I feel
like he was always around like 300. I feel like.
Right, but he dropped down to 285, and he was like cut, like lean, man.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you ever see those like the offensive linemen that go into television when they're done, and you're like,
yeah,
he was built like that, man. He was like slim. So
I'm sure he knows what he's doing. It's
I think that I have no concern about Brooks and the what he'll do. and you have Lane Johnson and Brooks, I think those two together, you might have one of the best offensive lines in football. I don't know what that means for the rest of this team, but if you have one of the best offensive lines in football, you should compete week in and week out.
Mike, I'm really excited for this team. I'm going to keep saying it. I think they are really going to surprise people this year.
Well, I've been saying that all offseason.
Yeah, I love Steven Nelson. I tell you, Zach McPherson, I heard, has been playing well. I think Kayvon Wallace is a guy that's going to emerge as a Quentin Michael type of player for them and become a real fan favorite. I like them, man. I really like this team. I think they're going to be a real sleeper.
I have been saying this the entire offseason, and my reasoning, Jeff, has been if you have one of the better if their offensive line can stay healthy.
Yeah.
That's a big if. They lost 12 guys last year. But if their offensive line stays healthy, they have one of the best lines in football. If you have one of the best lines in football, you compete every week. They should have one of the better defensive lines in football as well.
You win in the trenches. That's something that you'll learn even if you get into gambling as well. And I make the case. I mean, their front defensive front is as good as it gets, especially with the depth now with Kerrigan and Josh Sweat. I heard has been terrific. So
yeah, I've heard that too.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to this group.
Yep. It's very disappointing to hear about Smith, though. I hate that, man.
Well, for him, it sucks. If it's a veteran, it's like, wow, they don't really need preseason. But yeah, I mean, I hope this isn't the start of things. And then you see Carson gets injured, and it's like, well, thank God he's not here anymore.
That Carson, not only did Carson get hurt, Quentin Nelson suffered the same exact injury, and he's out 5 to 12 weeks. I mean, the Snoopy cloud that is just pouring over top the head of Carson Wentz wherever he goes. It's like, I don't know if you watch The Bachelorette. Am I throwing a Bachelorette reference at you?
Well, I will say I do watch dating shows, not that one, but
I'm
a Love Island kind of guy, but
okay. The guy throws out, the girl is from Seattle, Washington, where it rains all the time, and he's from Jersey. They're out on this date, and he says, hey, it rains all the time in Jersey, and he snaps his finger, and the fake rain just starts pouring down. I said, there's Carson Wentz. Everywhere that dude goes, the cloud just dancing right over his head.
Well, you know what, Mike? I'm not going to shed too many tears for him. Go look at his bank account. He's doing good.
All right.
Guy barely's played. He's $100 million already. So.
All right, Jeff Nadeau. So what are you doing now, man? I see you. You're all over Twitter. You're like,
well, figuring some things out. I got some meetings next week at Barstool to do some stuff. Maybe we'll go back. I don't know. We'll figure it out. I got to sit down and I'm trying to take the show and kind of get it to a bigger audience. That's the goal now with that. So yeah, and then football's coming. So I got to figure out my home for the next,
I'm looking forward to football. I'm looking forward to our conversations there. You got college football in like 2 weeks, 3 weeks?
Yeah. I mean, you got NFL on Thursday, free little preseason.
Are you betting preseason games?
I'll bet a little bit. The first couple of games, especially this Hall of Fame game, you want to look at backup third string quarterback. I actually like Dallas's quarterback room. I'll tell you right now.
Ben DiNucci?
Well, for preseason, I do. I think they're comparable. They're guys that have started. So we'll see. But yeah, college starts, August 28th. So, 3 weeks will fly, man, anymore.
Oh, yeah. We got Nebraska, Illinois. I got it circled, baby. You think I'm not ready? Nebraska, Illinois. Now, I'm hating what's going on with college football right now.
So as far as the
conference realignments, all this stuff. I mean, I've lived it, man. I was in the Big East. I love the Big East, and then that thing fell apart. I got to go to the Big 12 because I'm a Western.
Mike, outside of Oklahoma and Texas, particularly Texas, there is absolutely nothing that makes sense about this. Again, the money is good, surely, but they can't compete in the Big 12. Why are they going to compete there? You go from being a really solid team every year in your conference to going down there. If you're a fan, I don't even get it.
The greed is piggish, is what it is.
Yeah,
and you're gonna destroy the whole conference. These guys are going to be vagabonding all over the country, and now Clemson. I heard Clemson and Florida State are applying to go to the SEC next.
Well, listen, you better do something about the playoff because you're going to need more teams.
Yeah,
the playoff system in college football sucks. It needs to be a lot more like college basketball.
College basketball. Now you got my ears perked up.
Yeah, it sucks.
You're probably already researching college basketball.
Oh yeah, I'm deep in that, man. I'm ready to go with that.
Nebraska, Illinois is on the 28th. That's first game.
Week zero.
Yeah. All right, man. The sit down. Check it out.
Thank you, Mike. Appreciate you. Always good to talk to you, and I'll talk to you next week.
I will not be here. My baseball team's going to the World Series.
Oh, that's right. Mike, get that stuff to me. I'll tweet it out.
All right, it's on my social media. I'll tweet it out
Okay, cool.
at Mike Gill Show.
Good stuff. Good for you, Mike. That's great.
Yeah, so I will not be here for about 10 days.
So I guess we'll talk to Josh.
Josh will be here.
I like him more anyway.
He's a nice guy. All right, man. See ya.
Cheers, Mike.
They do. The sit down, formerly of Barstool Sports. He might be going back to Barstool. I've been seeing him tweeting with Portnoy recently here. He likes Josh better than me. Come on. That is harsh. It hurts my feelings. A lot of people like Josh better than me, by the way. You ever go through life realizing that people don't like you very much based on things that you say? We don't have the same opinion, so therefore I dislike you. Like, I would hate Billy Schweim then, but I love Billy Schweim. We don't agree with anything, but I like the Schweimer. We got some moves in the NBA. More moves are happening. Carmelo Anthony. What year is this? He signs with the Lakers. The Lakers have signed another big name who has flamed out in the NBA. I got all the details. Plus, our Sixers insider Paul Hudrick joins me in 18 minutes. Stick around. This is the Sports Bash. Sports Bash brought to you by John Deere. Nothing runs like a deer. Visit them online at deere.com. That's Deere. I'm Mike Gill. Sports Bash 97.3 ESPN. Download the free mobile app, and you can text us through the mobile app, just like Cole in Atlantic City, who tapped the app, listening on the app. Thank you, Cole. Says, Mike, for the love of God, enough with the defense. We just watched a 5'11 cat that shoots a set shot from his chest, get whatever he wanted versus 6'10 and 6'8 all NBA defensive guys. Seriously, come on. Defense absolutely is irrelevant. Since freedom of motion, you need a legit point guard, and Simmons absolutely ain't it. He's a glue guy, period. He's basically a 2021 version of Dennis Rodman on the Bulls. If Simmons was 6'2", he'd struggle to start for a solid D2 squad. Does nothing great, but he does a few things well for a 6'10 guy. Admitted already. It's a lot to unpack in that one. One, I have said, Cole in Atlantic City, thank you for listening on the app and texting in via the app. I have said that Simmons is essentially a Dennis Rodman type of player. You know what Dennis Rodman was? A Hall of Famer. You, Cole, just walked right into making the dumbest comment of the year. You are basically saying that a Hall of Fame player is basically irrelevant. It's preposterous. What you just said in your rambling was one of the most idiotic, I can't remember the rest of that movie line from Billy Madison, but you know where I'm going. If Simmons was 6'2", he'd struggle to start for a D2 squad. Yeah, but he's 6'10". He was just voted by the coaches as the best defensive player in the entire league. So yeah, you're right. He is a 2021 version of Dennis Rodman. And you know what Dennis Rodman is? A multiple-time NBA champion and a Hall of Famer. I'll take that. You can have the other guy. You want Tyrese Halliburton? You have him. I'll take the Hall of Fame player. You want Buddy Hield? You take Buddy Hield. I'll take the Hall of Fame player. You might not value defense, and that is A-okay with me. I get it. Defense isn't for everybody. But you just said exactly what I've been saying for a long time, which is Dennis Rodman didn't score, but they needed him to win championships. That's Ben Simmons. And by the way, Ben Simmons does score. He might not score 20 points a game. He might not score in a variety of ways, but in Ben Simmons' career, he scores 16 points a game. It's amazing to me that a guy that somehow ass backwards himself into 16 points a game somehow has no offensive ability and stinks. Yeah, I get his offensive game is limited, but he still finds ways to score 16 points a game, which is pretty darn good for a guy who apparently sucks. If you give me Dennis Rodman, my team has a chance to win an NBA title. And you, Cole, in Atlantic City, just said he's a 2021 version of Rodman, who, by the way, has a handle and can score 17 points a game, rebound. Oh, and by the way, dish out 10 dimes. Yeah, that stinks. I'd hate to have that guy. Look, the one thing we can all agree on, Cole, Glenn, Mark, whoever's listening out there today, if Simmons doesn't improve one iota in anything he does except for free throw shooting, if he simply improves his free throw shooting, they probably win the title this year. He could be the same lousy, crappy guy that you guys all think he is, and that would be good enough to win the title. It's the fact that he was historically awful from the free throw line, which, yes, I agree with you. Unacceptably, historically awful from the free throw line. That's what it took for them to lose in the 7th game of the second round. A historically awful showing. They needed a historically awful performance to get beat in 7 games in that series. So something tells me, now look, I'm not guaranteeing that he comes back and shoots 70% from the free throw line. I don't know that to be accurate. I'm just saying, we are all going crazy because of the 34% that we saw in the playoffs. And by the way, you should. That's unacceptable. Is he going to be a 34% free throw shooter for the rest of his career? I don't know. And Dank Burrito, watching on the Facebook page, on the YouTube channel, says, where were those 16 points in game 6 and 7? I think I've pretty clearly stated he was historically awful in those games. Historically awful. 609-403-0973. Cole, appreciate your text. If you're listening on the app, you can hit the text us button on the app and get your text sent right to the studio. And by the way, yeah, if you watch the series, in game 1, Ben Simmons did not really defend Trae Young. When they made the switch from Danny Green, who everybody wanted gone, Danny Green was the worst. He defended Trae Young in game 1. When they made the move, Simmons is going to shut you out. But what he is going to do is slow you down and make you work harder for your points. Just because Ben Simmons is defending you doesn't mean all of a sudden you're going to, score 15 points in the game, which, by the way, in the one game, he scored 21 points, which is well below his average. 609-403-0973, 609-403-0973. Text board is open. Listen on the app. Send us a text through there. Watching the show live, Facebook, YouTube, Twitter. Get us through there. Coming up on the other side, Paul Hudrick's going to give us some insight. What does Andre Drummond bring to this team? Why did they bring him in here? Why Korkmaz? What's next for this team? So much to discuss. Carmelo Anthony, by the way, he's going to the Lakers. So is Malik Monk. He's going to the Lakers. Lakers are just signing everybody. They're getting Gary Payton and Karl Malone, too. When are those deals going to get announced? Maybe even Dennis Rodman's going back to the Lakers. I mean, heck, Dwight Howard did. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app. It is brought to you by Matt Blatt Kia. They want to get you approved today. Matt Blatt, 6211 Black Horse Pike in Egg Harbor Township. When we come back, our Sixers insider Paul Hudrick is here to talk a little bit more about the offseason and the moves made today and what moves could be next. All right, 3:39 Tuesday, Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app. I'm Mike Gill. What's going on? Download the free mobile app. You can text us through the app. It's easy to do. Download the app in the Apple Store, Google Play. Tap on the app, hit text us, and you can text us through there, 609-403-0973, Sports Bash. Also, watch the show live, Facebook, YouTube, Twitter. The video stream is very interesting today. I'll try to catch up with some of that. We're going to talk with Paul Hudrick in just a minute here. Here is the underlining factor from a lot of the conversation today. Paul Hudrick set to join us as the Sixers sign Andre Drummond today. What's the message there? They essentially replaced Dwight Howard with a younger version of Dwight Howard. But what does that mean for Ben Simmons? Can you bring Ben Simmons back? Like I said, yeah, Andre Drummond can play starting minute. If Joel Embiid got hurt, you could play Drummond for starting minutes. The problem is you can't play Drummond and Ben Simmons together. So, Paul Hudrick, the first couple of moves that Daryl Morey has made is not to trade Ben Simmons, not to trade Tobias Harris. It's bring back Furkan Korkmaz and replace Dwight Howard with Andre Drummond. So, give us a little insight on what you think about that move.
The Drummond move, man, I was as surprised as anyone. I kind of there is a world where I see it making sense. At the same time, we just talked to Daryl Morey after the draft, and he said to us, why he made the second round picks he did is he wants big men that are switchable and that can stretch the floor. Andre Drummond is neither of those things. So some mixed messaging there to me, at least. I don't know if maybe he just meant that specifically for prospects, but if you're looking for a big man that is switchable and can stretch the floor, that is not Andre Drummond. And to your point, Mike, what's the difference between Andre Drummond and Dwight Howard? Age. Drummond can move a little bit better than Dwight Howard, but offensively, yeah, if Ben Simmons is still on this basketball team, you're still going to have a lot of those same issues that you had when Dwight Howard and him shared the floor. It was a disaster offensively. The plus minus, you see it in two-man lineups. Those stats are free to everybody. You could see it. It's very easy to find. It did not work out well. I don't know what evidence you have to suggest that Andre Drummond would be a better fit with Ben Simmons. So to me, I don't want to say it's a precursor to a Ben Simmons move, but if it's not a precursor to a Ben Simmons move, then I don't get it, quite frankly.
Well, that's interesting. So bringing in a guy like Drummond could be the first domino, you think, to moving Ben Simmons. In other words, hey, we got Drummond because that's what we have in mind moving forward. But because we have Drummond, we have to now figure out our plan for Ben Simmons because those two guys can't play together. Would they base it on something as simple as signing Drummond?
No, I mean, not necessarily, because there is a way to spin it. There's the way they could spin it is, well, Dwight Howard was good for us during the regular season, and now we feel like we're getting a younger version of that. And it's for a minimum. That's the other thing is it's minimum. It's a minimum contract. So you're buying insanely low on a guy who is still an NBA player and is still a decent, as far as a backup center goes, a decent option. So there is a way to sell it if Ben Simmons is still here. But to me, I just don't personally love it if that's the case. If I just don't see a way that a lineup with Andre Drummond and Ben Simmons works as your bench with your bench unit. I don't see it. That's not to say that the Sixers can't sell it and try to sell it and try to go forward with it. And I don't know. To me, like I said, I was as puzzled as anyone when this move came down, and I don't see a way that those two players can coexist on the court at the same time.
Yeah, that's a tough one. I agree with that. What does Drummond bring that you might like, though?
So obviously the rebounding. I mean, that's something that when Dwight Howard was good here, he really helped that second unit when they were really struggling to find offense. He was really, what Howard was very good at, was grabbing those offensive rebounds and getting second possessions. Andre Drummond can certainly do that. He's a good, like Dwight, he's a really good screen setter, but maybe not as prone to offensive fouls as Dwight was. So that could be helpful. Defensively, he's pretty disruptive too. On top of getting blocks, he also does get a lot of steals. He's pretty active in the passing lane. So that's something where he can steal you maybe some extra possessions. He can run up and down the floor, so maybe you get a little bit more rim to rim action like you did with Dwight. So I mean, there are things where I could see it being a slight upgrade over what you had in Dwight Howard last year. But at the same time, there's still a lot of the same flaws, which is not being able to stretch the floor, not being a very good free throw shooter. And even like Dwight Howard just did a lot of weird stuff offensively and a lot of ill-advised stuff. To me, Andre Drummond does even more weird and ill-advised stuff. So that's my concern. But as far as positives, there are, for a backup center on the minimum, there are a lot of things that Andre Drummond does that I like. It's just the fit. I don't know how good the fit's going to be.
Right. And then, of course, there's the other part of it is I don't know how well him and Joel Embiid get along.
No, see, I'm not as worried about that because I think they squashed that whole thing. I think they both moved on from all that. Clearly, that was something that, Joel Embiid had a lot of fun with. Andre Drummond did not have nearly as much fun with. But I think if you look back to their interviews in more recent years, they both kind of squashed that and gotten over it. I'm not as concerned about that. Again, not nearly as much as I am as far as how he's going to fit on the court with the Sixers bench unit.
All right. So Drummond is here, and they get him at the minimum. I mean, you get a guy, in Cleveland last year, he was scoring 17 points and grabbing 14 rebounds. I mean, he was a double-double machine and a high-level one. So there is something of value at the minimum salary. That being said, they bring Korkmaz back at a pretty reasonable deal. Would you have rather seen them move on and try to find another option, or are you okay with what they brought Korkmaz back for?
So to me, I don't think it's a bad deal. Let me preface that. I don't think it's a bad deal for the Sixers, especially when you see how much shooters with size are getting around the league. You saw, he's not obviously Duncan Robinson, but you saw the money that Duncan Robinson got, and you see what Korkmaz got. And I don't think the gap between how good they are and their financial gap is the same. So I want to say that off the top. But at the same time, I do think there might have been a way to perhaps improve upon that or just try something different. Like you just saw Malik Monk got signed by the Lakers, I would assume on a minimum contract. A guy like that who's a former, lottery pick who shows a lot of shot creation ability, who last year looked like a really good microwave scorer off the bench for Charlotte. Why not take a flyer on a guy like that as opposed to bringing Korkmaz back, who what he is, but you also know his limitations. And I don't know, I could see another team convincing themselves that Furkan Korkmaz is still ascending, but you can't convince me of that. I think he is what he is. I think he's is a very streaky player. When he gets hot, he's really hot. But I still think there's a lot of inconsistencies in his offensive game. I don't know how good he is as a creator or in in those situations. And I still worry about, although he has improved, I still worry about him on the defensive end of the floor. Now, don't get me wrong, those issues would exist if you brought a guy like Malik Monk in as well. But I just think I think a change would have been good. I think a mix-up would have been good. Again, a shot creator, I think would have been more valuable to me than Furkan Korkmaz. With all that said, it's not a bad signing. It is good value for a shooter. So it's not a bad signing at all.
Yeah, I was going to say, one of the things with Ben Simmons that I think, the business aspect of the Sixers, the business owners of the team saying, do we want to go through another regular season where our fan base essentially will say, I'll only believe it when I see it in the playoffs? Essentially, an 82-game slate that they have no interest in until they get to almost the second round of the playoffs. Bringing Korkmaz back just adds to, you didn't do anything to give me a reason to want to kind of grab onto this team. That's the one kind of head-scratching thing there. But I guess Rory's looking around. Is there any move that's been made out there that you are looking at and saying, I'm wondering why he didn't go down that road?
Yeah,
just pick it up.
Yeah, Gorgui Dieng is a guy who just signed with the Hawks, who I would have had a lot of interest in. He didn't sign for a lot of money. I think it was $4 million. I get the difference of, again, you sign Andre Drummond to the minimum, but does nothing to your cap. If you sign Dieng, then you have to worry about, you probably have to sign him with part of your taxpayer exception. And in that case, you would be out on Danny Green, I would think. So that kind of muddies the waters in that regard. So I guess there's not, if I'm being honest, for me, there's not a lot where I said, man, I wish Daryl Morey really would have gotten in on that. There's not a lot of that yet. With that said, there are guys starting to get signed, and it does make you worry a little bit, but all it's got to be, Mike, is one signing or one move that moves the needle for the Sixers to make you say, okay, here we go. Whether that is, a big trade with Ben Simmons and you get, I don't know, whatever you get, and it's a good return, or bringing back Danny Green and maybe getting another veteran, on a minimum or something like that, or again, using part of your mid-level exception. So all it takes is a couple moves to maybe get people to buy kind of back in. But there's been really not much that I've seen that has made me say, man, Daryl Morey, I think, really missed the boat on that. So that's why I would preach patience a little bit to Sixers fans. And again, including when you're talking about Ben Simmons, we don't know. I mean, it's possible that Ben Simmons is still a Sixer. I think that's a very real possibility that Sixers fans need to brace themselves for. But with that said, there's a lot of time between now and opening night, and a lot can happen. This is the start of free agency, so we still got a lot of time.
Paul, what does waiving George Hill do?
I'm not sure. I was surprised by the move. I thought it made sense to keep him, and at worst, you use his contract. It's a very tradable contract at $10 million. So whether that's something you would have incorporated in a package this summer for a player, or whether that's something where maybe you move him at the deadline, or maybe you bring him in to start the season and see if he can help you. Maybe he could have helped you. He obviously hurt, offensively was not what they thought he was going to be coming back from that thumb injury. Maybe with this offseason coming back healthy, maybe he could be the player you thought he was going to be when you traded for him. I thought he was pretty solid defensively. So if he could have brought a little bit of offense, maybe that could have worked. Now, maybe this speaks to, Daryl Morey talked a lot about being really high on Tyrese Maxey. Maybe this is a way that this is clearing the path and saying, all right, Tyrese, this is it now. You're going to be that guy on the second unit. We're moving on from George Hill because we think you could be that guy to fill that role, and you're that guy going forward. Again, maybe that helps, if another team signs George Hill, maybe that helps increase that mid-level exception a little bit more. So maybe you can get something, a little bit more spending cash, but it doesn't give you, to me, that much flexibility. So I was pretty surprised by that move.
Right. All right. A couple of other quickies. We got a couple minutes left here with Paul Hudrick, covers the Sixers at Paul Hudrick. And of course, free agency is underway. Any feel behind them possibly trying to move Harris?
Yeah. I mean, to me, and this is something I've spoken with you before, Mike, and that's, to me, the only player on the roster that's safe is Joel Embiid. I would be there's no one untouchable on this team other than Joel Embiid to me. So is it, I mean, if Daryl Morey is truly gauging the interest level for Tobias Harris, to me, that's not to that's to try to clear, just to get flexibility. Because right now the Sixers don't have much flexibility, right? If they sign Danny Green, if they bring him back, they're probably going to have to use a lot of that, mid-level exception. And that's like you're done almost, other than trade. So yeah, I think the idea of gauging the interest around the league into Tobias Harris, that would not surprise me if that were the case. I haven't heard anything to say that is the case, but the Sixers lack flexibility. And when you lack flexibility, you have to look at options, whether it's trading Ben Simmons, whether it's trading Tobias Harris, whether it's moving one of your young guys to get a veteran that can maybe help you more to win a championship this year and can help Joel Embiid and accelerate that timeline. I think everything is on the table. Unless we're talking about trading Joel Embiid, I think everything's on the table for the Sixers, including the possibility of Tobias Harris being on the move.
All right, last one for Paul here is obviously you look at all the offers that were out there on draft night, the Warriors, the Raptor stuff. So is that Morey basically saying we're not moving Ben Simmons? Do you get that feel from some of those offers that were out there, that he's throwing multiple first-round picks, this guy, that guy, this guy? In other words, we're not doing anything unless you really knock me over.
Correct. I mean, that's, to me, we're not moving him unless, to me, I still think Daryl Morey is holding out hope for Dame Lillard. I mean, and I think you have to. Look, what has Portland done in this postseason
that speaks to Dame Lillard that says, yes, we think you can win we're going to win a chance. Like, they made a coaching change, which you could argue, is that coaching change, is that enough to put him over the top? A first-time head coach who has, listen, some stuff in his closet. I won't get into all that, but that was clearly a very controversial hire. So how much buy-in is he going to get from a team? They bring back Norm Powell, which I like Norm Powell. He's a nice player. Are they really that willing to trade CJ McCollum? Is that something they really want to do? Is that something that Neil Olshey is eager to do? I don't know. So, like, what can Portland do that's going to get Dame Lillard excited to make him want to stay and not want to be moved? So, to me, a lot of what you're seeing with Ben Simmons, it's Daryl Morey playing the long game, and he's having patience, because if Dame Lillard becomes available, the package you can offer that's centered around Ben Simmons looks a lot more attractive to Portland than some of the other offers we're going to see. So I do think it's Daryl Morey saying with Ben Simmons, yeah, I'm going to be patient and I'm not going to make a move unless I get something great. And I do think that could bleed into, if he doesn't get anything great, Ben Simmons still being on this roster on opening night. And I think Sixers fans, again, just brace yourself for that being a possibility, because it is one.
He's Paul Hudrick, and we'll see if the Sixers do something. Ben Simmons, Tobias Harris, or otherwise. They did sign Andre Drummond. For more, go to 97.3 ESPN.com. Follow him at Paul Hudrick for Sixers offseason news you can use. All right, pal. Take care.
You too, Mike. Thanks, man.
There's Paul, of course, here on the Sports Bash. It is brought to you by Matt Blatt Nissan. The all-new Matt Blatt Nissan, now open, Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township, next to Home Depot. Online, mattblattnissan.com. All right, when we come back, football at 4. We've heard so much about this guy, that guy, the other guy. But what did new offensive coordinator Shane Steichen say about the most important guy, the quarterback? Andrew Pacheco has that coming up next. Something that stood out about what Steichen said. You'll hear from Andrew coming up on the other side, plus some other news and notes on this Eagles camp, which is underway, and we are just over a week away from the start of the preseason. Eagles and Steelers right here on 97.3 ESPN. I'm Mike Gill. Don't forget, download the free mobile app. You can text the studio right from the app.
WENJ HD Millville, Atlantic City, a Town Square media station serving all of South Jersey. This is 97.3 ESPN. 97.3 ESPN presents the Sports Bash with Mike Gill. It's time for with 97.3 ESPN.com's Andrew DeCecco.
My first allegiance is what will be best for the Philadelphia Eagles and our fans for the next 3, 4, 5 years.
Powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. Now, live from inside the Matt Black Kia Studios. It's Football at 4.
Football at 4 is powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. It is brought to you by PropSwap, where America buys and sells sports bets. Go to PropSwap.com. Download the PropSwap app today. Mike Gill. Andrew DeCecco at DeCecco NFL from InsideTheBirds.com and the Inside the Birds podcast. Of course, powers this Football at 4. And there's a lot going on. As yesterday we told you, and as everybody knows, Devonta Smith is out. We'll get Andrew's perspective on what that means moving forward for the wide receiver and the wide receiver room. But how about the guy throwing the football to Devonta Smith and the rest of the wide receivers here? I want to get Andrew's take on what we're seeing and what we're hearing from the first couple of days at Eagles training camp. And I thought yesterday, Andrew, Shane Steichen, the new offensive coordinator, he said something that's got to make Eagle fans pretty happy about the quarterback, Jalen Hurts, and his performance so far at training camp. What are you hearing and seeing about Hurts so far early on in camp?
We knew that Jalen Hurts had the poise. We knew that he had the leadership and the work ethic and everything like that. But what you're seeing now is someone who likes to be coached hard. And now he has a number of different coaches that are in his ear every single day at practice, working on different deficiencies or areas of improvement in his game. And he welcomes that. You don't see a lot of young players that are willing to accept the coaching and want to be essentially want to be perfect. You know, that's not going to happen in one off season, but he's really, I mean, right now they're focusing on footwork, and Nick Sirianni's mentioned that. And that's something that Jalen obviously really needed to work on when he saw that his feet were sort of all over the place in his limited time out there last season. And it sort of equated to inaccurate passes, and he was very quick to elude the pocket and pick up yards with his legs. But I think setting his base and things like that, and being able to have that sturdy launch point, I think that's really going to help him moving forward. And he's just, you know, for a young player, a 22-year-old kid, to be just open to as much coaching as he can get and absorbing it, I mean, that's very it speaks volumes.
You know, Shane Steichen, the new offensive coordinator, he said something yesterday, Andrew, that really stood out to me. And he talked a lot about or he went in and zoned in on one thing about Hurts that he really likes. And I'm not sure that a lot of people got a chance to see a lot of that this last year because they obviously didn't have the weapons to do it. But Shane Steichen said his ability to throw the deep ball and hit guys in stride, that is something that has really impressed him with how he throws the deep ball right now. So a little bit about what that could add to this offense if you have a quarterback who can take more shots down the field, because we know that was not something, the accuracy of Wentz down the field was an issue, even when he was at his best sometimes.
Yeah, well, adding the deep ball to the offense is going to add another dimension, another wrinkle to the offense that the Eagles really haven't had that sort of dimension to work with, and they've had a lot of receivers that didn't have that top end speed, and they had to do a lot of the short to intermediate routes, and didn't quite work out with Jalen Reagor last season, who many expected to fulfill that role. They've tried it with Bryce Treggs and a number of other players, but now they have a young nucleus of receivers and a quarterback who's equipped to fire the ball downfield with accuracy. And I think that there's a lot of question about Jalen's velocity, but I think that we're really going to see what he's able to do. And I think that he's working on his accuracy, and that stems from his footwork. And he does have the arm strength to get the ball down there. And now he has a number of receivers that can get open down the field and make those type of plays. And I think now the coaching staff is sort of going to integrate that into the offense. And last season, you saw an offense that was largely unimaginative and uncreative, and now you're going to see, a more innovative offense, and I think that's going to be a big part of it.
Yeah, one of the things Steichen said was his ability to throw the deep ball, hit guys in stride. That's an 80-yard touchdown instead of a 60-yard gain. How many times did we see an underthrown ball that could have been a much bigger play? The question I guess I would have for you, Andrew, is do the Eagles have the weapons for the 80-yard touchdown?
Well, it's funny. Before that, the one play that really sticks out to me that could have been a touchdown was that underthrown pass to Dallas Goedert from Carson Wentz in the Green Bay game. That's a classic example of a play that should have been a much larger pickup on the play, or could have even gone for a score. So I think that having a new quarterback under center that is more proficient in that area, I think you're going to see that the benefits, the offense is going to really reap the benefits there. But as far as do they have the personnel for it, I think that Jalen Reagor, I've said that on your show, that I think he's going to take a enormous leap in his second season and fulfill the role that they drafted him to do, which is to be that dynamic presence, that explosive weapon that can do a number of different things. I think he's going to be the vertical threat. You also have guys that are vying for that final job in John Hightower and Quez Watkins. And DeVonta Smith knows how to get deep. I mean, many have billed him as that intermediate guy, and that very well may be his role. But he's shown that he can separate down the field and sort of create yards after the catch as well. So they have those guys. They have a number of guys there, and Dallas Goedert's a tight end who can get vertical as well. So they're going to have a lot more of a explosive element to their offense this season.
Yeah, I want to get your take on something that Hurts said as well, and you kind of touched on, but he mentioned that he prefers to be coached hard and prided himself on being coachable. I don't want to say he's taking a shot at Peterson, but Adam has been on the show and said he thought one of the things that Peterson did not do a good job on was developing younger players. They won with a veteran team, but when that team started to move on and they had younger players, we have been critical of Howie Roseman's drafts. Is Hurts kind of mentioning that, hey, these guys are coaching me hard and I like it, and that is something that should help the rest of this team?
Yeah, if you read between the lines, I mean, that sort of indicates your point. That's a very valid point, because if you look at the roster, a lot of the young players, there isn't a lot of young blue chip talent that you really saw take the next step, and I think that stems from just the lack of development. And like you said, when they've won, it's been with a veteran nucleus. And in order for sustained success, you have to develop your young players. And I think now you're going to see. And that's one of the things that Nick Sirianni has sort of preached and driven home that point, that he's all about competition, development, and putting players in the best position to be successful. And I think now you're going to see a lot of these young players take a leap forward, because now they're going to be put in those positions to be successful, like your Jalen Reagors, like those young receivers that I talked about, possibly even J.J. Arcega-Whiteside. I still think that this is the last, it's a last-ditch effort, but I think that this coaching staff, if they're going to be able to sort of find something that he can do, how he can help the team, they're going to. And they have a number of young offensive linemen to work with, and they've always developed because they were thrust in. They had to, and now you know what you have there. And I think Jalen Hurts is going to be probably one of the biggest beneficiaries of having a hands-on coaching staff that prides himself on, just taking the players' best traits and utilizing that.
Yesterday, obviously, the news with DeVonta Smith expected to miss 2 to 3 weeks, sprained MCL. So who gets an opportunity now to kind of step in and take advantage of some more repetitions that could possibly help this team down the road?
Well, obviously, Jalen Reagor he's the clear answer, but I mean, he's a starter, so I'm not really considering him. When I look at guys who are going to benefit from DeVonta Smith's absence, is going to be players that are further down the depth chart, like a John Hightower or a Quez Watkins, that ordinarily wouldn't have gotten those kind of the volume, those kind of reps with a fully stocked receiving core. And going into the preseason, there's only 3 preseason games, so these are the guys that really need these reps as they look to either audition for the Eagles and make a final roster push, or get some film on there for other teams to look at. And I think that John Hightower is a raw player. They're both raw players, but they both have different traits that are enticing to teams. And I think when you look at what John Hightower can bring, he doesn't get he gets open with regularity, but he struggled to track the football, and a lot of things that you see from players who are raw and sort of thrust in there when they're not necessarily ready to do so. The Eagles didn't have a whole lot of options. And then Quez Watkins is another player who you'd like to see him get a little bit stronger, but he's such an explosive, speedy guy, quick twitch guy, knows how to can separate as well. And I think he's going to be a dynamic presence there. And he's really opened some eyes in training camp. So those are two guys right there that I look to make that I think will make the best use of these increased snaps.
There's two stories that I think are interesting, Andrew. I want to get your kind of perspective on. One, they're both basically because of injury. One is Davion Taylor and what he's doing at linebacker. All of a sudden, I mean, he was a guy that we were scratching our head, wondering where he fit. Well, all of a sudden, Alex Singleton is out because of COVID. Taylor's in, and what are we hearing about what kind of role he could have? Because I think each of us kind of were wondering whether or not he would ever be a regular contributor to the defensive side of the ball.
Well, you always have to take these training camp, little nuggets. This player is breaking out. This player looks great. But you always want to take that with a grain of salt because many times that doesn't necessarily translate into the regular season. Yes, it's encouraging to see that. And he has been one of the bright spots this summer or, in the early goings. And, as far as what his role is going to be, I think that still has yet to be determined. I mean, he still has a long way to go to unseat an Alex Singleton or even cut into his snaps. But I think that he's starting to show that maybe he isn't as far behind or isn't as much of a project as we may have been led to believe. So I think he's going to step right in there and become a starter and an all-pro. No, I think it's going to be more of a gradual transition, but I do think you're going to see him carve out a role for himself. And I think that you're going to see the coaching staff look to find ways to exploit his athleticism and get him on some of these quick twitch guys, shifty guys, and kind of have him cover them up and just take advantage of his lateral quickness and just fluidity. I think that he has a lot to offer, and now it's just finding a niche for him and putting him in position to be successful.
Yeah, I think that's something to definitely watch, as you kind of mentioned. And then the other one would be, not because of injury, but Josh Sweat and Derek Barnett and what's going on over there and how that could really change the outlook of this defensive line.
Yeah, going into training camp, that's not necessarily a roster battle that many had circled or anything like that. But, like I said before, this really rings true to, I harken back to what Nick Sirianni said in his opening press conference and how he was going to, really promote competition and throughout the roster. He didn't limit it to any specific positions throughout the roster. And Josh Sweat, and I've said this before, even last year on your show, he's the team's best pure pass rusher. That's very evident. Now, Derek Barnett strikes me as more of an every down player, but he doesn't give you that flash, that burst. I don't know that he'll ever be a double-digit sack guy. Josh Sweat strikes me as someone who comes off the bench in a relief role and provides more of a burst. He's very athletic, long arms, good bend. He has everything you look for. Now it's comes to the point where they have to look at and see if he can be an every down defensive end. And maybe you make Derek Barnett have to come off in a rotational role. I think that Josh Sweat is a starting caliber defensive end, and I think that he gives the Eagles the best pairing opposite Brandon Graham. But, up until training camp, I don't know that was ever even up for consideration. I don't think that was ever really talked about. But now you're starting to see, hey, you know what? That's going to create a lot of advantages for the defense. If you get this guy with these long arms, get his arms up there, his quickness, his flexibility, and get him out there to pair with Brandon Graham and your two defensive tackles and Fletcher Cox and Javon Hargrave. I mean, that's a fearsome four right there.
Yep, I like what we're hearing about Josh Sweat, and I like the way you broke it down. Andrew DeCecco, football at 4. A lot of interesting kind of things emerging. What are you hearing about Zach McPherson? And obviously the fact now that they don't have to push him into a starting role because of Steven Nelson. But I've heard some really good things about him up there as well.
Yeah, and that's that's very encouraging because like I've said before, the cornerback position, transitioning from college corner to NFL corner, that's one of the hardest positions to get acclimated to. And now he's able to sort of gradually find his footing, if that makes sense, because he's not being forged by fire, knowing that there's no one else there. It's like, hey, you know what, man, you might have to be starting in week one. And now I think he's able to really learn and not really feel a whole lot of pressure and just go out there and play football. And he's a tough, scrappy player, play physical, match out with these receivers. And you know what? You're going to win some, you're going to lose some, but you get to take to the coaching and without the pressure of, I got to get this right. There's only X amount of weeks until the regular season and I might be starting, whatever. I think now he's able to really take a deep breath, play football, and learn as he goes.
The other battle, which apparently isn't becoming much of a battle, is at left tackle. And obviously, Dillard is having, a rough time, it seems, whereas Jordan Mailata seems to really be grabbing a hold of that position. Is that what you're hearing as well?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm hearing. And it's funny because when Andre Dillard was coming out of college, he was billed for his footwork. He was billed as a really standout in pass protection tackle with nifty footwork, his athleticism, this and that. And if there was a knock on him, it was more so that he didn't have that grit, that nastiness, didn't play with the mean streak in the running game. When you look at Jordan Mailata came into the NFL as he's never played the game of football before, prior to being drafted in 2018. And look how far he's come. And I think that's a testament to Jeff Stoutland. I also think that's a testament to what the work that Jordan Mailata has put in to becoming a starting left tackle. And that's really what he's become. I mean, I don't know that it's even a competition anymore. He's just everything. Andre Dillard, there's not one thing that he can do better than what Jordan Mailata can do right now. Jordan Mailata is a freakish athlete. Yep. He's bigger, he's stronger, and he's more proficient in pass pro and in run blocking. There's not anything that Andre Dillard does right now that's better that would even warrant consideration to be a starter right now. It's early, but I mean, it's not very encouraging if you're Andre Dillard.
No, dude, I totally agree. And I said this a while back about Mailata. He almost is like, finding Joel Embiid. Now Joel Embiid was the third pick in the draft, but just like nobody else has the size, strength, and skill set that Embiid has. And Mailata is almost this guy's 6'8", probably like 400 pounds almost. For him to have the ability to move the way he does, it's like they uncovered this unicorn. You know what I mean? Like they just completely found this unicorn. So for all the hits that Howie Roseman takes, for him to find this guy is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, 6'8", 340, very, very light on his feet, remarkably strong. Can get to the second level with relative ease. He's just a freakish athlete, and you don't really stumble on those guys in the seventh round. I mean, when you draft in the seventh round, as you know, Mike, you're drafting on traits and upside, and it's almost like a shot in the dark. And they saw this guy with these traits and these certain abilities, and they figure, let's get him in there and let's see if we can mold him into being a steady backup. I don't know that they ever imagined that he would surge up the depth chart and become a starting left tackle. So I mean, you gotta give it to Howie Roseman on that.
I don't know that did you see NBC Philadelphia did the whole mic'd up the other night on the coaching staff. Did you see any of that?
I did not.
All right. Well, it seems that they have a very young, energetic, and very hands-on coaching staff, and it just seems like it's a total different camp than what they've had the last couple years. This isn't like, hey, Peterson was terrible, but it is definitely a different vibe up there, it seems, than they've had in the past. And you wonder, how much that will carry over into the performance on the field. I don't know, but I definitely love the vibe that this coaching staff is giving.
Well, that youthful exuberance can only get you so far. I mean, it's certainly it's going to reinvigorate the team, and that's really what they needed. I think it was getting a little stale. I think the message was becoming stagnant. So then you bring all these, fresh-faced coaches in there, and they have their different beliefs and ideologies, and I think that it's really starting to starting to radiate to the roster, right? I think that you're seeing the energy come through the hands-on coaching, and it just becomes infectious, really, because then you start to see coaches who are believing in the players, believing in what they're doing, and coaching them hard, and they're starting to see results. And it's encouraging, but you get a couple losses under your belt, and that stuff kind of goes out the window. So they just got to keep that energy and that youthful exuberance, and it's going to start to really rebuild the culture that was really it was really damaged and fractured. Only in January. So it's encouraging.
No doubt. Andrew DeCecco, Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. DeCecco NFL. Give him a follow over there. And, of course, he's back on Friday. We'll have plenty more on training camp. And then we will be less than a week away from the start of the preseason and how they're going to approach the 3 preseason games instead of 4. Will we see more? Will we see less? We'll get a better feel on that as we get closer. Jeff's here tomorrow. Adam on Thursday. Andrew's back on Friday. Andrew DeCecco, everybody. Thanks, pal.
You got it. Have a good one.
All right, Andrew DeCecco, like all guests, appeared via the Boardwalk Honda hotline here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, and the free mobile app. Don't forget, you can download the free mobile app through the Apple Store or Google Play, and you can text us through your app. It's easy to do. Open up the app, tap the app, and hit text us. It's right there. It's easy to do. The text message will come right to us on the board, 609-403-0973. You can text us through there. Or if you're watching the show live on Facebook, YouTube, or Twitter, hit us up in the comments section there as well. So much going on out there in terms of training camp. The Eagles and, of course, the NFL is back. We've got you covered. We will be, again, your exclusive home of Eagles football. Monday night, Sunday night, Thursday night football, the NFL playoffs, Super Bowl, all right here on 97.3 ESPN. I'm Mike Gill. Coming up, do you remember we got a special birthday today? You may have heard of him. You may have heard of his birthday. You may have heard it's his birthday, I should say. Plus, it's a Tuesday with Thompson. The PT's here at 5 o'clock tonight. 428 Sports Bash 97.3 ESPN. Don't forget, download the free mobile app. You can get it in the Apple Store, Google Play. You can text us through the app. You can text us on the text board, 609-403-0973. Variety of ways to get us. And, of course, if you're watching the show, Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. That is just a couple of the ways that you can get to us here on the Sports Bash Live. 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app. All right, do you remember? These are things that happened on this day, August the 3rd. Josh Henning is my producer. Bring him in for some of these events.
Now, the Pentagon shirt you're wearing today?
Pentagon, yeah. Like it?
Your mic is blocking half your shirt for me, so that's better. Yeah, now I can see it.
The Pentagon.
Classic blue.
Yeah, I got it at the Pentagon.
Nice.
Got it when I went to the Pentagon.
So you literally do get a shirt from everywhere you go.
Yeah, if I go somewhere, if I visit, I like to, it's one of the reasons why areas do stuff. Like, hey, it's going to bring tourism in, and they spend money here. I come to your town, I give back to your town.
Right.
Spend my money in your town. Or like the other day, okay, I was over at the Brigantine Farmers Market. My girlfriend, she makes the beach bass signs. And I had a shirt on that said Penn. And I must have had 10 people say, hey, did you go to Penn? I said, well, I visited the campus. Right? So I must have, how many different shirts do I have? College T-shirts. I said, these are all campuses that I have visited.
Nice.
So every campus that I have visited in my past, I have got a T-shirt to signify I have been to that campus.
So you probably have at this point like 100 T-shirts.
Well, I mean, I haven't been to 100 campuses, but I got a lot. I mean, I've been, and to be honest with you, I have ones that I've been to that I didn't buy or I don't have anymore. Like I went to Virginia Tech. I don't have one for there. I've been to the University of Miami. I've been to UConn. I've been to Maryland. Been to Seton Hall, Villanova, St. Joe's. I didn't have them for everyone because this is like back when I was in college. So what I did post-college was I found a bunch of campuses that I enjoyed that I went to. Now, I might eventually get those, but somebody said to me, hey, you have a Vanderbilt shirt. How come? Well, I've been to Vanderbilt. That's why.
Gotcha.
Yale. I've been on the campus of Yale.
So what's the next shirt that you don't currently have that you want to get?
From a college that I have been to?
Or just anywhere you've been to. Like somewhere you've been to, you didn't get a shirt from yet.
I used to have a cool, when I went to Toronto, Wayne Gretzky owned a bar up there, or a restaurant. It's called Wayne Gretzky's. But it was really cool. Like,
real original.
Yeah,
man.
it was a cool T-shirt. I lost it. I don't know what the heck I did with it. But I'd like to maybe repurchase some sort of, something from my trip to Canada.
All right, that's cool. I know we've completely derailed from Do You Remember, but,
It's all right. On this day, August 3rd, Tom Brady was born. He's 44 years old. 1977.
And he is exactly double the age of another quarterback whose birthday is today.
That's Zach Wilson.
That's correct.
Yeah. When I saw Brady's birthday today and that he's 44 years old, it is unbelievable. At 44, he's still playing. And you don't think anything like, okay, here's what I was thinking today. I can't even picture Brady retiring anytime soon. Like him just saying, I'm not going to do this. Like, I just was like watching him throw today. And I'm thinking he might do this for another 5 years.
He has said multiple times he wants to play through age 45. That's the number.
It's only one more year.
Well,
two.
That's the number he keeps spitting out there. So, take that for what it's worth. But that's at least the number that he has been very consistent in pointing to.
So, are we really feeling that Brady only has like 2 seasons left?
I have no idea anymore. I'm with you. I have no idea when he's actually going to retire because I feel like he hasn't exactly lost it yet. Like, there's nothing in his game that he's really lost.
Yeah.
At this point.
It's
Like
so
when
weird.
Jordan was at the end, you could tell he didn't have the hops anymore. You know, you could tell he was getting a little more fatigued at the end of certain games. He couldn't do the huge games back-to-back nights consistently anymore.
Yeah.
Like you saw the decline in Jordan. You saw the decline in other great players. You mentioned Gretzky. Gretzky started getting a little slower. He started being a little less elusive up and down the ice. Like, what has happened to Brady that has changed?
I don't know. Is the arm strength any less? The accuracy any less? I don't know. I mean, that's kind of hard to decipher. You know, last year he was tremendous.
And he played on a torn knee.
Yeah, right?
So Brady played on a torn knee, looked as good as ever. Now he's got a fixed knee. What does that mean?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know that we realize how unbelievable this story is that we're living in. You know, like when you see like, you know, some of these guys back in like the 50s or 60s that were playing at like an advanced age. This is happening in an age where these guys are like at 30, you're done. Like at 30, people are like, you're old. Next guy, this guy's 44.
Yeah,
How many people listening right now are in their 40s? Now, when you wake up in the morning, how does it feel? Not great. I said to my girlfriend today, this guy's 44. You know what my legs feel like right now? And I didn't do anything.
Listen, I literally didn't do a certain workout last night because I was feeling sore. And I'm thinking, I am younger than Tom Brady. And yet Tom Brady's out there practicing for football. Like, he is an anomaly.
It's unbelievable. And we've got to watch the whole thing. It's pretty crazy.
And it's still going.
1949, the Basketball Association of America and the National Basketball League merge under the new name, the National Basketball Association.
Yes, that was back when black and white TVs.
1949, yes. 1984, the Olympics, of course, are going to be pretty prevalent with a lot of these things happening. Mary Lou Retton became the first American woman to win a gold medal in Olympic gymnastics at the Summer Games in Los Angeles. Now, think about that. She was the first American woman to win gold. Now, Biles pulled out, obviously, and everybody who's replaced her has essentially won gold.
And then she went back in this morning for the beam, and she got the bronze, in part because she pulled out an element from her routine that would have given her a higher score.
How about that? Yeah, so she got replaced, and both of the people who replaced her won gold, right?
Yeah, Suni Lee won the all-around gold, and I'm completely blanking on the young lady who won the floor routine, but she got gold.
Right. There was the two people who replaced her there were 2 golds and I think a bronze.
Well, Simone got the bronze in that. The one young lady got the bronze in the vault. I'm completely forgetting half their names. But Suni Lee got silver on the uneven bars. And they got the silver in the all-around.
Yeah. I haven't watched a lot of Olympics, I got to be honest.
I think that you and the majority of people have not.
Well, I know the ratings have been really bad. But I just don't have any interest. Is that bad?
It just has no juice.
Yeah, I don't know why.
I think Dave Weinberg brought up a great point to me last week on Weinberg Wednesday. He feels that people are they want to get out of their house. They can't stand being.
Well, I know the time change and all this stuff, but I mean, like the basketball on last night, the USA is on at 12:40 last night. Yeah, that doesn't help. You know, but all the stuff, like you're putting, like the whole feeling of like, how many people listening out there at 8 o'clock at night sit with the family and watch primetime television? Like like where the host is like, okay, let's check in on today's events over at the Olympics with like Mike Tirico, who's like, it just doesn't feel like that's the world we live in anymore. Like, some of the events are on the Peacock app.
Well, that was the problem with the basketball early on, is that as you tried to find the USA basketball playing, it was on the app. It was no longer on TV because they had equestrian and doubles tennis and synchronized swimming on the television networks.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know. I just don't feel.
Now, you know what the thing bothers me the most? So one of my teams app this weekend, because, if you're not in front of a TV, that's how you watch the Phillies games, right? Come to find out, I couldn't get the Phillies game on the app because they've made the My Teams app exclusively for all the Olympic coverage.
Wait, say this again?
So on Saturday, I was not in front of a TV for a while.
Okay.
So I couldn't watch the Phillies game like I usually do. So I was trying to pull it up on my Teams app on my phone.
Gotcha.
So usually you pull it up and you go into the live tab and it's like, all the NBC sports networks, right? You can actually watch like NBC Sports Network in other parts of the country.
Right.
It's a cool thing. Well, now when you open the app, it only goes to Tokyo. Let me get it on the screen here. It shows the Tokyo symbol. And then when it logs in, it doesn't give you the option of watching anything except for Olympic coverage. I can't watch anything else on here except for the Olympic coverage or the Golf Channel. It doesn't even give me the option to watch other NBC Sport Networks.
See, I don't use My Teams app because I have YouTube TV. So if I want to watch the Phillies game on my phone, I can go to YouTube TV. Yeah. I don't use My Teams app.
I've been using it for years. It's the first time this ever happened to me.
Gotcha.
And
Well, do you have Comcast?
I do, but it doesn't let you in-house only with the Xfinity.
You can't use the Comcast app to stream the game.
Not if it's on
It's
NBC
MLB.
Sports Philadelphia. And of course, the MLB app, which I have MLB TV for free through my phone provider, blackout restriction.
Yeah. Yeah, see, when I watch on YouTube TV on my phone, I can watch the game on there.
So then you have the loophole.
I do.
Congratulations.
Yeah, but okay, it's going to be interesting to see what happens because, there's this whole – I was listening to a podcast today about this, about there's people who complain about where to go to watch games and they have to download all these apps. And at what point is the bubble going to burst? And it's like, if you're a sports fan, what's the best option? Like, if you are a sports fan, do you just say, guess what? I'm a sports fan. I don't want to compromise sports. I just stick with cable. Like, I have YouTube TV. I feel like I have almost everything except for YouTube TV doesn't have the NFL Network.
That would be a problem for me.
No, I don't watch NFL Network all that much.
So you're okay.
Yeah, I can live without it.
See, I have cable, but I also have other apps.
See, I have cable, but I also have YouTube TV. A lot of redundancy.
Yeah.
But
it's useful.
It's just, but that's the whole point is if you're a sports fan and you have all these different apps or you're a soccer fan, how many different apps do you have to watch all the different soccer?
Way more than I have.
Right. All that stuff.
Yeah. The soccer thing is a whole nother animal because the people who watch soccer, that takes a investment of time and research and understanding what channel what
Well, do you
is
sit
on.
there and watch ESPN 3 to watch college football?
Sure. But I also have ESPN Plus, so a lot of it goes to the Plus as well.
Is that for does everybody have Plus?
You gotta pay for it.
Oh, do you?
Yeah. I got the bundle, so I got it on the cheap. So so what I did was I already had Hulu through my phone provider. So I paid the little extra money to get the commercial-free Hulu.
Wow.
And then I signed up for the bundle. And if you combined all three together and bundle the Hulu, Disney Plus, and ESPN Plus, overall you're saving $10.
Mm-hmm. How many people out there have the YouTube Red?
Good question.
Anybody who has YouTube spent that's the YouTube Red, I think. I don't even see it advertised that much anymore.
Is it just the music? Is
it's
that what it is?
the music, but if you listen to music on your YouTube, on the video, right?
Yes.
You can't turn it off.
Unless you have premium.
Which is YouTube Red.
No, I have YouTube Premium, not YouTube Red.
Isn't it the same thing?
Nope.
What's the difference?
YouTube Premium, it's just no commercials on any YouTube video. And then when you have the app on it, you can watch. The app will stay on while you do other things.
Yeah, see, I thought that's what YouTube Red was. It was that there was no commercials and that you can go to other things and not worry about the app.
I think YouTube Red is another level tier above Premium. Because the Premium's $6.
Gotcha.
It's worth it. It's so worth it to not have to deal with the YouTube commercials. It's amazing.
I know people get because we put all our interviews on YouTube.
Yes.
And there's a lot of people who don't listen to the show live. They might go listen to football at 4, They love football at 4. They can't listen live at 4 o'clock, so they go and listen to football at 4 on our YouTube channel.
Correct.
Well, then in the comments section, people start complaining about the commercials. We don't put the commercials in.
No, we don't put the commercials in. But I will say this. If you're someone who doesn't want the YouTube commercials, just pay for the premium. It's not that expensive.
$6.
Yeah, it's like
Is that what it is?
$6.99.
I don't make any money off YouTube, by the way.
Neither do I. I've never tried YouTube Red, so I don't know if it's actually better or not.
Yeah, I want to know how many people out there have that.
Now, you know what I don't pay for is the Spotify subscription.
See, there's so many, no, I don't have Spotify either. I don't have any subscription to anything. Like, I have YouTube TV, and that's only because my girlfriend had that.
Don't you have Amazon?
No.
Oh, okay. I thought you had Amazon.
Amazon Prime?
Yeah.
I don't have that, no.
Okay. So you have Netflix.
Netflix because I have Comcast. Comcast
Okay, so you
pays
got
for
that
Netflix.
bundled in.
Yeah.
Okay. And that's it.
As far as I know. I need that one app that tells me what I have that I'm not using. But like on the TV we have, the smart TV has all these apps, and there's like all these different television, like Pluto TV,
Crackle,
all these things.
Yo, there's so many.
So confusing of what's doing what.
Yeah,
like
I
on
try
my
to
phone,
keep it
I have
simple.
Pluto TV. I don't even know what the hell that is.
It's just another streaming platform with content.
Disney Plus is on my phone. I don't know how that got there. I don't have Disney Plus that I'm aware of anyway.
I mean, maybe part of it like an upgrade or something.
Yeah, what else is on here? Well, there's Netflix. Look, the YouTube TV, I would endorse that. I'd say, look, it's worth it. $65. So when I got it, it was $50. Now it went from like $49.99. It was $39.99. Then it went up. Now it's like $65.99.
The Disney Plus bundle has gone up $1 since I got it.
Yeah, $65. Like to have that as an alternative to cable, and now you're charging me $60. Like cable has to get to the point where you just say, these are the channels I want. What are you charging me for that?
What they should do with cable is they should just make it a la carte. They should let
That's
people
what I'm saying.
pay for what they want.
Right. Well,
Instead
that's
of
what I
having
just
to bundle everything.
Yeah. You say, I want this, and this. What's the bill?
Right. That's what they should do instead of this circus show.
Let's see. YouTube Red was YouTube's attempt at a Netflix kind of thing. They launched it with Cobra Kai. It's on the text board.
Oh, so it's like a streaming service.
I guess so.
Because I've seen them advertise certain shows that are only available on YouTube. So I guess that's what they're talking about.
Did not know that.
I've never watched a YouTube original show, honestly.
Me neither. Netflix has a lot of good original shows.
Netflix
is kind of worth it.
Netflix is worth it if you're going to invest the time to watch those shows.
Yeah.
My problem with Netflix is I got so many other things I'm watching.
Yeah, I very rarely, but like if you get into a show on there, it's worth it. They're good.
Because now all my regular shows are coming back after the pandemic shutdowns. I'm got the the Loki show, a WandaVision, and Shang-Chi comes out in a couple months, and Suicide Squad comes out this weekend.
Wow.
So I'm all loaded up here. I gotta watch my sports.
So on Twitter at 973 ESPN, check that out over there. I had this question for people out there.
Okay.
See if people can help. Maybe text us on the text board or answer over there. So Eagles football is almost here.
Mm-hmm.
Thursday night. What's the best place to watch the Eagles game where you live?
Ooh.
All right. What's the best place to watch the Eagles game in your town? Where you live, where is the best spot to watch the Eagles game? I'm very intrigued to see where, because I don't like to go out to watch Eagles. I have to be in the house. I'm taking notes, all that good stuff.
Right. I'm the same. I'm usually at home on Sunday.
But I know a lot of people like to go to an establishment, because I was just talking about this with somebody the other day. Like what time do people go out on Sunday to watch the Eagles game?
Good question.
Right? What is the time that you're like, all right, I got to leave my house and get to the establishment by this time? So what is the best place where you live to watch the Eagles game in your town? Or where do you go to watch Eagles football? 609-403-8255. 0973. 609-403-0973. Tap the app, text us through the app, download the free mobile app. Let me know. Where is the best place to watch the Eagles game? Where do you watch the Eagles game? I'm very intrigued by the answers to this question. All right? We'll read them off throughout the show. Tuesday with Thompson. We'll see what the PT thinks coming up. All right, Sports Patch 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app. Download the app, tap the app, and of course you can text the app through the phone. You can text the studio, I should say, through your phone on the free mobile app. So we got some good texts coming in on where the best place to go to watch the Eagles game. You know, Eagles football is back, so we got to get pumped up. We got to get ready. So I'm trying to find where the best places to go to watch the Eagles game is. I'm going to try to, funnel all these places together and then kind of do a post on the website of the best places to watch the Eagles games this year. So where is the place you go to watch the Eagles game? So far, we got a lot of responses coming in on the text board. 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. Also, listening in on the app, I like how his name is Big Daddy from Dover. And he says, W.T. Smithers in Dover, Delaware. If the game starts at 1, you have to be there at 11 a.m. Now, I have not been to Dover, Delaware to watch a Eagles game. But W.T. Smithers, you have to be there at 11 to watch a 1 o'clock game. That sounds like a place I want to hang out at. You're telling me I got to get there 2 hours early to watch the game? I love it. We got to do shows in Dover, Delaware. We've got to get to Delaware to do. I love the people in Delaware. They are my favorite. They are always so active on the text board. They're always interacting and engaging. You guys are great over there. What else we got? A couple quickies I'll read off here. This one's from Jason. He says the Seaview Inn in Cape May. I have not been to. I have heard good things. I was just in Cape May the other day, by the way. Went down to see my man Danucci over at Avalon Coffee on 7th and Gurney. Had a nice sandwich. He had purchased one of my girlfriend's beach badges, and we went to go thank him for that and got ourselves a nice bagel and coffee at the Avalon Coffee in Cape May. He's a great American at Danucci. Somebody else texts in, likes to watch the games on TV, but if he's going to go out, favorite spot, Chickies and Pete's, EHT, because they got solid food, a bar, plus 3 big screens. Here we go on a Tuesday edition of the Sports Pass Live, 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app. You can download the mobile app in the Apple Store or Google Play. You can text us through the app. There's Pete Thompson. It's a Tuesday with Thompson. It's brought to you by John Deere. Nothing runs like a deer. Visit them online at deere.com. Pete Thompson is in the house for a Tuesday with Thompson, the PT. You're on 97.3 ESPN, and if you're listening on the free mobile app, and if you're watching the show live through Facebook, YouTube, or Twitter, you can see the PT. It's a little dark in that room there, Peter.
Yeah, I had the top light on, and it was a little too nuclear, and there's just not a lot of sunshine coming in through the windows, so I just went for the single spotlight. I got the one single, that's it. So
right in the eyeball.
Hopefully, well, you light up me, and everything else is not as important.
Now, PT, we were asking the listeners on the other side before you came on.
Okay.
If you're like Eagles football is Tuesday night, right?
Yeah. Crazy.
Thursday night.
Wow.
Right?
See, I would have said Tuesday. That's how disconnected I am from, like, I just sort of look at the recaps. If you're gauging my level of excitement, I just sort of look at the recaps. I sort of check Twitter occasionally to see, like, what's going on up there. I get stuff in my email, and I'll be like, oh, I guess I'll read Nick Sirianni's transcript and see what he's talking about. Or I did catch, who was it? Amy Fadul and our boy Barrett on like an Eagles practice insider thing. Did you happen to catch that segment?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, it was a whole lot of gnat sound. I thought it gave us some insight into the coordinators, really, and just to me, it seems like maybe there's more teaching going on in this Eagles camp than for a decade at least. I'm not disrespecting all the other coaches that have come before them, I think, by saying that, but new staff, new regime, even when Chip Kelly came in, I don't remember being at the NovaCare complex and thinking, boy, there's a lot of teaching going on here. I just didn't feel that.
Well, we asked the people, all right, Thursday night is the return of Eagles football. Now, I don't expect people to go out to an establishment to watch a game on a Thursday night preseason. But when the season starts, PT, are you watching the game out or are you watching the game in your house? Now, I was pretty clear. I said I do not go out. So I don't know what the whole routine is. I do not go out someplace to watch a game. But where are the best places? Where are the people watching games at? And what time do you have to get there? Now, some jackass who obviously didn't listen to me very clear when I said I don't go out to the bar to watch the game. So I don't know what time you need to get there to go watch the game. Now, I know when you used to do a pregame show, people started rolling in, it seemed like 12:45. Like it
right.
wasn't.
It's essentially for – yes, yeah, but there was breakfast offered at the establishment that I was doing that pregame show at. That's the funny thing. I look at it like
but it wasn't like people were lining up at like 10:30, 11 o'clock to get their seats.
Right. And that's the thing is, I am like you. I like to watch the game at home because I like to have control of the volume. I like to be able to, usually Susan, if she's not working, is on her phone. So she'll look up occasionally when something happens. It's a controlled audience. And in this day and age, you need to see it as well as hear it and sort of control it. So I do prefer to be at home. But for the people that go out, I totally understand it. And I think there's more now that hopefully the restrictions are continuing to be lifted and there'll be more places than ever to go out and watch a Sunday Eagles football game. By all means, get out and imbibe with your friends and have a couple of Frescas and Shastas and get after it. Make it a whole NFL Sunday. I'm fine with that group too.
Yeah, I said, if you're on a Sunday 1 o'clock game, what is your routine to get ready for? Like, are you starting to think about it? Are you starting to get that feel again? Like, all right, we're getting ready for that fall again. We're getting ready for it. And we got some good text messages. I'm going to compile a list, and I'll put them on the website of where
places.
Yeah, best places, all right, the best places to watch the game in South Jersey. And somebody even texted from Dover, Delaware. So Delaware as well, if you want to send us. What are the best places to go to watch? Now, the guy said he said you have to be there at 11 to get there. I said, I thought that was, most of the places, like There have been a handful of times that I have gone out in the past when I'm off, like on vacation.
Sure.
And those places that I have gone to, which admittedly is not often, maybe 2 or 3 times in 10 years,
Mm-hmm.
you didn't have to get there much earlier than 1 o'clock.
Right. Look, I mean, it depends. How many people do you have in your party? Do you want the big table? Do you want to be near the best TV? I mean, in this day and age, and you know what we're not addressing too is so the first game of the season's in Atlanta, right? So, I mean, look, you don't have to compete with well, if you're not going to the game, that means Sunday, September 12th, essentially, I would believe, Mike Gill, that your entire listening audience is going to be listening and or watching that game somewhere close to their home, within 50 miles of their home. Okay, unless they're going to Atlanta, and I highly doubt that, right? So if that's the case, the part we're not talking about is what about the outdoor places too? When you're in those first couple weeks of the season and it still feels like summer, do you want to go partake in that? Do you want to be in the outdoor experience where there's multiple screens set up and they're serving you some fine beverages and you're I mean, in this day and age with your phone, you're really never out of touch, right?
No, there's so many different ways to do it. There's so many different ways you can kind of consume it. That's why I'm kind of interested this year. Like we were talking before you came on about how everybody consumes sports now, because I guess the Olympics ratings are not very good, and are people watching the Olympics? I would imagine you're an Olympic guy.
I'm not for these Olympics, but it is funny. The old me, the old PT that went to bed at 5 a.m, I would have been all over that midnight to 5 a.m. block, and these Olympics would have matched up perfect. My girlfriend she was really pissed off last night because she was a little insomnia, so she actually fell asleep at 10 o'clock, and I was like, oh great, she's gonna get good sleep. Well, by the time I'm out, which was midnight, I laid my head on the pillow and I'm out. I wake up this morning at a normal time, and she sends me, she's like, oh, wait till you hear what happened to me. She was trying to watch Simone Biles, okay, who was actually going to compete in an event. Holy cow, she's going to compete, right? So here she is, my girlfriend, in her bedroom looking on the TV for the Simone Biles, and she can't find it. And she's going to every channel that has something with the Olympics on it, and she can't find it. So then she's pissed off. She's got to go downstairs to the quote-unquote big TV and dial it up down there. And she can't find it. Where do you think the Simone Biles vault was limited to exclusively and only?
Say that again?
The vault competition for Simone Biles. You could only watch that on one place. Where do you think it was?
What, Peacock?
That is correct. And my girl was she was hot. Now we get the Peacock network. Just go to apps and hit them. But she knew she wasn't going to wake me up to be like, excuse me, I know you just fell asleep 3 hours ago. Could you come down and show me how to do? So she was none too pleased that first of all, she wasn't happy to be awake. But secondly, I mean, that's the thing. Have you gone to a lot of that Peacock stuff?
You know what? To be honest with you, I've never even turned the Peacock app on ever.
It's annoying. It's
right. I've heard.
It failed on that wrestling thing. I know you heard about that. It had an awful optics on that. I tried to watch some program which we really liked called Dr. Death, and there was just a bajillion commercials. Look, I'm sorry, I don't watch This Is Us. I don't need 18 promos to tell me to watch This Is Us when it returns in the fall, or any other damn NBC program. I mean, give me a break.
Well, the Peacock network, I've never even launched the app. Never even put it on.
Probably a good idea. It would probably crash your phone.
I think it's free though, right? If you have Comcast?
It is. And hey, trust me, I pay a lot of money to the evil empire of Comcast. I pay a bleep load of money. In fact, what also pissed me off, since we're talking about things that tick me off with viewing habits, I was in Omaha, as you know, recently, and I tried to dial up the Phillies. Now, I seem to remember you telling me you were out of the damn country and you watched the Sixers in the Dominican Republic or somewhere one time, or Punta Cana or wherever you were, didn't you?
I think so.
Didn't you dial up the Sixers out of the country?
I think so. I maybe. I don't know.
You were in a pool somewhere and everybody was watching the Sixers.
Yeah. We might have been listening to them on the radio on I have Sirius NBA radio.
Yeah. Well, either way, I'm in Omaha and I dial up the damn Phillies and I see them for about 30 seconds. You know what it switched over to? A live stream of some Philadelphia radio show that I did not care to watch. And I was very upset because I wanted to watch the Phillies game.
Well, why? Was it a national game? When was this?
It was when I was in Omaha, and I believe it had something to do with the fact that I think that, I put in that I'm an Xfinity subscriber. I think that it locates where your phone is and says, "Oh, Omaha, nope, you get this. You get vanilla pudding."
I don't know if they do that though. Like, I think if you don't get it, they just black the screen out and say this is not available where you are.
Yeah, I was getting that before I left on vacation. See, like that's the thing. I went to the trouble to like actually go and make sure, and like I uninstalled the app, I installed it again. Screw you, my teams. By the way, you're not my teams if I can't watch you.
Now, see, like I have a house in Florida, and when we were down there, the Sixers were still on, and I had my YouTube TV on my laptop, and I HDMI cabled that into my television, and I could watch the Sixers game on the TV down there.
Now, don't rub it in now that your technological stuff is better than mine. Apparently, I need to cut the cord and go to YouTube TV as well.
Well, I did say YouTube TV. I think if you were going to say, look, I'm cutting the cord. Now, I have both.
Yeah.
But that's kind of a cockamamie reason. Like, if I could live without the cable. I'm old. I like cable. Like, old people like cable.
I do. I like cable as well. And
I just called Josh is like, you called me an old person? I said, I'm old. I just called myself old.
Right. And I probably should eliminate some of the pay channels that I have. I'm not watching, HBO as much, or Stars or Encore or whatever all that other crap is, Showtime,
Oh, it's funny because we had a guy text in from Dover, Delaware about a place to go watch the Eagles game, and he told me W.T. Smothers, and this other gentleman, Joe, says, I am in Delaware, and W.T. Smothers has been closed for years.
Way to be on top of your places.
It is well known as the Gray Fox, apparently. So those
okay.
people in Dover, Delaware.
That's funny.
Yeah. Mike, Peacock has all 3 Godfathers for free. Oh, okay. Well, because I was saying that it's never on TV.
Oh, that's true. Okay. And there is some stuff on Peacock, like I think all the Harry Potter Empire, if you're a Harry Potter guy, I've watched those so many times, and that makes sense. It's NBC Universal, and I think Universal, anything that's like all the Jawses, anything that's still under the Universal umbrella, all got pushed into the Peacock thing. But, how many streaming services are you going to have?
I don't know. It's just overwhelming. Like, we were talking about how, like, I think football, Amazon is getting the Thursday night football game soon, and they were trying to get Al Michaels to do the play-by-play.
I saw that. They were going to make this big splash. In fact, that Thursday, October 14th game in the Eagles' schedule against Tampa, isn't there a guy named Brady that plays for them? Right? That game at home is listed as Fox NFL Network / Amazon. That's what it's listed on the Eagles schedule.
Right, exactly. So I guess, like, this whole thing that NBC, I guess, is ready to kind of move on from Al Michaels when his contract is up, and they're going to give it to Mike Tirico. Well, Michaels doesn't want to go. He's not ready to kind of retire. So they're saying that, I guess, Amazon was making a play to get Al Michaels to do the play-by-play and Peyton Manning to do the color commentary.
Right, and they've been after Peyton for years.
Well, no,
right?
ESPN has.
Yeah, but now ESPN got him and Eli, but on an alternating basis. Is that correct?
No. So ESPN has been hard after Peyton Manning for years, and he just doesn't want to do it. He doesn't want to travel. He doesn't want to do all of the stuff. So what ESPN has, it's going to be Eli Manning and Peyton Manning they're producing it and airing it on ES. So ESPN is essentially the co-producer of. It's going to be like a secondary stream of the game.
Oh, that's interesting.
On like ESPN Plus. So you're going to have to go to ESPN
Plus. Now see, then you had to throw that in. Yeah. Like, you've watched those, what are those Manning episodes, those little half-hour things?
Yeah,
Peyton's Places. They're awesome, but they're all behind the paywall, And when I was doing the radio with you on a regular basis, I had the password to that because I knew you. I think I was sharing your password. And now I think I asked you one time, I said, and you go, I don't know, PT.
Well, you still know me.
Yeah, but okay, hook me up with the password so I can get to it.
I don't know. That's another thing. Like, I don't remember any password. So Josh said, like, I might have some of these streaming services. I wouldn't even know it.
Yeah, that's true. I passwords are a pain in the butt. That's, and then you get the one like, the one for the company that we work for, Town Square. They make you change your password like every 2 weeks. I mean, come on. How many passwords do you want?
I don't remember any of them. And
even you, the king of addresses, you could use all your addresses that you've lived in since I've known you since 2004, and you'd be out in a month.
Yeah, well, when I get yelled at all the time for not responding to emails timely or whatever, I say, I just forgot my password.
That's right. That's
right? Nobody can dispute that because everybody here is like, you got to change your password like every 3 weeks or something like that. Well, we haven't really talked about anything yet.
Briefly, we talked about the Eagles. Where are we watching the Eagles? I mean, and we didn't really talk about the Sixers, but I saw Josh's article and retweeted it that Andre Drummond is not the answer. I mean, he's an answer. He's just not the answer.
It's a very weird signing. Well, I will say this in defense. Last year, when they signed Dwight Howard, I thought it was like what are you doing? It ended up being a decent signing. Now, in the playoffs, he was not as effective because he was constantly getting himself in trouble. But Drummond, I would say, is a younger, more versatile, Dwight Howard was never a great scorer. He was just a powerful dunker.
Yeah.
Drummond scored. I mean, he scored 17 points a game last year playing in Cleveland.
He's younger. I see all the positives, but I feel like what we don't know is what happened in the room, and what attitude did Dwight Howard bring to the team? What sort of, here's a good word, snarl, right? What snarl or attitude did Dwight Howard bring? And I think they're going to miss that. But hey, and plus, Furkan Korkmaz was their one big sign until today. Furkan was the one big signing. Woo, Furkan! Whee!
What do you make of? So, okay, you have to love when these type of things come out. So I don't know if you saw this. It just came out about an hour ago. Ramona Shelburne. Have you seen?
Yeah. She was talking about a proposed trade, right?
No.
Oh, I saw something that had a Ben Simmons trade in it. Go ahead. What do you got?
He says the Sixers are now open to bringing Ben Simmons back and, quote, I think they prefer that.
Ugh, I don't like that at all. What's my reaction to that? I don't like that at all.
Yeah.
I mean, what do you mean there? Has anybody, sure, the organization might feel good about that. Has anybody checked with Joel Embiid or, say, Doc Rivers or anybody?
I don't think Joel Embiid nor Doc Rivers would be at the front of the line of trying to get rid of Ben.
Maybe, yeah, but the Ben that didn't dunk, the Ben that shied away. I mean, are you gonna what Ben are you getting back? Are you getting back any improvement out of Ben? I haven't seen any improvement.
Here's the problem, PT, and this is one of the reasons why I said the Sixers may actually be serious about trading Ben Simmons. Okay,
yeah.
In my opinion, and people fight me on this all the time, which it's my opinion. I don't care if you agree with it or not.
Sure.
In my opinion, everybody has a opinion of what the process was, what it meant, what it was supposed to be. My opinion of the process was a business decision. It was our business no one cares about anymore. It is completely irrelevant. How do we make this business grow again? We strip it down to the bottom and get players that the fans will now want to come watch. Of course, the team has to say it was about winning multiple championships. You can't guarantee championships, but what you can try to guarantee is a winning business strategy. And they have been a grand slam home run at the box office since Joel Embiid has stepped on the floor and Ben Simmons, correct?
Yeah, absolutely. The attendance has gone up every single year. The interest in the team has returned to an all-time high. They were irrelevant. They were forgotten in this town, a basketball town. So,
right.
Yeah, I would endorse your thought process there that they have brought themselves back.
So my point with this is as a business decision over a basketball decision, if you're the owners, do you want to go into another season where the fan base is going to have apathy towards the entire 82-game slate? In other words, I've already seen Ben Simmons, and I don't care what he does through the 82 games. I will only believe what I see when I see it happen in the playoffs. And as Mike McGarry has said on this show, it might not even be the first round of the playoffs. It might not be you won't believe into him until you get to the second round of the playoffs, because that's where he seems to really take a change.
Yeah, and so then what you ask yourself is, organizationally, based off of Ramona's tweet, then that says to me that they feel that this is not a throwaway case. This is something that can be fixed or something that can be tweaked, and they're not willing to give up on him. I just thought that the narrative coming right out of the playoffs, especially from both coach and player, Doc didn't throw him under the bus, but Joel Embiid basically did. And even on his way out of town, did you see?
Well, Doc made a reference by saying, he did say something that people questioned. Now, there was some talk last week, that, Ben is, the relationship is done. Hasn't even, I don't know how realistic all that is. I can't seem to get a straight answer on that.
Did you see Dwight Howard's comment on the way out? In his Instagram post goodbye, he said, bend your legs, Ben. Bend your knees. Ha, 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 ha. On his way out. The fact that he's including Ben in his goodbye Philadelphia Instagram post says to me that even he knows that this guy is an enigma wrapped up in a riddle, wrapped up in a problem.
Oh, there's no question. Look, as I will to fully admit, Ben Simmons was historically bad in the series against Atlanta, historically awful at the free throw line. That's what it took. It took for him to be historically bad for them to lose that series. Now, if he was just the normal Ben Simmons that pisses a lot of people off anyway, they win that series. If he shoots 61% from the free throw line, they sweep the Hawks. So people are getting so bent up out of shape, which is valid.
Right.
But is he going to be historically bad again? I don't have the answer to that question, and I don't know. And I know a lot of people say, well, I don't want to stick around to see if it happens.
Well, I mean, it's hard to be historically that bad twice in a row, but you make a valid point there. You could almost take the argument of you have nowhere to go. He has nowhere to go but up. He's hit his all-time low, but has he? And then, of course, I sit there and I look at what the news has come out in the last few days. Carson Wentz, right? He's not even here anymore, and he's torpedoing the Eagles draft pick. Come on, man. What are you doing? Right? I mean, and then you sit there, and it's Negadelphia for a reason. It's because we, as the fans of these sports franchises, get overly emotional when you hear bad news. Devontae Smith. Oh, it's just a slight thing. It's not that big a deal. Yeah, we've heard that before, right?
Do you think, though, the people understand that they get irrational?
No. Part of being the fans is that it's the old Homer Simpson. This ticket gives me the privilege, the right to bitch and complain as much as I want. It's exactly what it is. I mean, listen, when I saw the news about Wentz initially come out, I said to somebody like, "Oh, it sounds like they're saying it's not that bad," and then like a day later, it was 5 to 12 weeks, and somebody shot back, "Do you think it's bad now?" And I go, "Yeah, that actually does look pretty bad." Well, glad it's them and not us.
How crazy is it too that Wentz has this foot injury? He's out 5 to 12 weeks, which is like such an arbitrary, 5 to 12. And then Quentin Nelson, who might be the best offensive lineman in all of football, he has the same injury today on the same team. Yeah, remember the one year it felt like everybody kept getting a sports hernia?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I definitely remember.
I've never heard of this injury before, and now 8 people have gotten the same injury.
Well, I just certainly hope that no injury bug works its way through the Eagles football team, and plus I'm a glutton for punishment. I'll be watching Wheeler and the Phillies tonight too. I can't not watch them. I have to watch.
You're back in.
It's like a car wreck.
Hey,
I can't
if you're
watch
watching tonight. Let me know if T-Mac gives my team a shout out.
I will. I'll be watching the whole thing for you. Yeah, and I'll be at your fundraiser too, by the way.
I tweeted to T-Mac and he responded. I said, "Hey, give my team a shout out, why don't you?" And he responded. So let's see if he gives me a shout out tonight. The team, not me.
I bet he will. No, the team, of course. I bet he'll bring them up.
Now you'll be there on Saturday.
Those things. I will be there. Yep, noon to 5 at Vagabond. I will be there with cash in hand. Even though I already donated a couple things. I got some money to burn. Let's go.
Man, there are some great prizes. I hear anyway. You've donated a couple of prizes. We've got some. We've got Jimmy Buffett tickets and Luke Bryan tickets, and somebody's got, through the grapevine, from what I understand, is a autographed baseball from a baseball player from Millville.
I like that. Okay.
I,
Yeah, I'm
I
digging the
have
groove
heard
you're
that.
laying down. Yeah.
I got a nice donation that was given to me. Now I don't know about you. I'm afraid of heights, but this to me is even cool, even though I'm afraid of heights. An airplane ride, open cockpit, 1940 over Ocean City, looking at the whole island in the
Oh,
airplane.
that'd be pretty neat. No, I'd be okay with that. I
Yeah.
mean,
That's
if
that was
if an
donated.
18-year-old can land an open cockpit plane on the Ocean City Bridge,
Yeah,
then I'm sure
I'll tell
the
you what.
experienced pilot can land that thing anywhere.
I tell you what, that is an awesome opportunity. So yeah, there's going to be those are just like a handful. I'm telling you, there's from the list I'm getting right now, we probably have over 150 prizes.
I love it. Well, I will be there in the early going, probably
Yeah.
like noon to 2 or noon to 3. I might even be able to bring my significant other. We'll see.
Oh, that would be great.
Yeah, she's sort of like Vera from Cheers or Mrs.
Oh, I would like
Snuffleupagus.
that.
Definitely
Okay.
a character that I speak of often, but rarely seen. She's always working.
Well, if I tell the people, if I say, hey, the fundraiser is Saturday from noon to 5 at Vagabond, and Pete Thompson will be there. You know what else is happening? The guys from BFA are live streaming the whole thing, and they're going to interview the players the whole time, and people who are watching it on Facebook and YouTube, they can Venmo a donation while they're watching. So the players will all be getting interviewed and all that kind of stuff during it live. The guys from BFA are going to do that.
Nice. Well, that
So
sounds.
maybe Pete Thompson could be the roving reporter.
Oh, geez, I didn't know I was gonna have to work. I just wanted to
No.
imbibe and
Well,
have fun.
you don't imbibe anymore, so you could work.
I could have a cocktail, maybe 2.
Hey, by the way, I got an email today. Did you see this from the SnapRite LPGA?
Oh yeah, I was going to bring that up. The new guy emailed me as well. I'm committed to that for that Monday.
I'm very disappointed that John's no longer there.
Me too. I mean, he's still, he's at a distance, but and I emailed him. I mean, they basically incorporate. They have their own new company now, so they had to go with Jeremy. John, Jeremy. They both start with J. I'm sure they're cool.
Yep.
But are you going to play in that then with me? Because did you notice the time is a little later? The
date I will not be here. I'm on vacation that week.
All right. Well, I guess I'll RSVP and I get whoever I get. But I did.
You're talking about media day.
Yeah, the media day you're not going to be at. But I did email back Bill Hansen, who sent the original email. Bill Hansen, right? And I told him that if you and I were fortunate enough to play together in the Pro-Am, that we would like to play with Shasta Averyhart again because we enjoyed her company so much a few years ago.
That's funny. Yeah, I don't know when the Pro-Am is, but I will not be
Wednesday.
there.
I can tell you the date of the Pro-Am. It's the Wednesday of the golf tournament. It's always the Wednesday when the golf tournament is. Here it is right here. The Pro-Am is Wednesday, September 29th.
All right. Well, it's one of my favorite events. I think everybody listening should go to the LPGA and go there for a day.
Can you see this that I have the shirt on right here? Did you know that?
Now I can see it. No, I did not.
Yeah, there's the logo right there. People always comment on that. And then I tell them that, if you give me a shirt for free, I'll wear it all the time.
All right, Peter.
All right, buddy. We'll talk to you on Friday.
Yeah, happy hour Friday, and then I'll see you on Saturday.
Yes, sir. I'm in. You had me at hello.
Great.
See ya.
That's Pete Thompson. It was a Tuesday with Thompson. That one was one for the ages right there, right? I don't know that we discussed anything that made any sense. I'm sure there's people out there listening like, what the hell was that?
And may God have mercy on your soul.
He'll be back for Happy Hour Friday. If you want more conversation like that, I tune in. If not, well, we'll do our best. Although the Phillies will play in the Mets on Friday. I got the lineup for tonight. It's a doozy, by the way. Stick around. All right, let's take a look at what the Phils lineup looks like tonight. It's Zach Wheeler on the mound for the Fightins. Got to win this game with Wheeler. Cannot lose against the Nationals with Wheeler pitching. When you play an inferior team and you have Zach Wheeler pitching, can't lose. These are must-win type of games. I hate to say that, but I'm not the must-win kind of guy. But when Wheeler's pitching, you can't lose this game. Segura leading off. Hoskins. Oh, Hoskins is back in the 2-hole. I am out. Really? Really? That just ruined my night. Hoskins in the frickin' 2-hole. Are you crapping me? Now I'll go 4 for 4. Segura, Hoskins, Harper, Real Muto, Bohm. You know, Bohm has really started to take off recently. I know people, there's like this, Bohm has become like a hated figure by some, but I don't understand it. Bohm has hit since June 1st. He's hitting like 315. His on-base percentage is like over 400. His OPS, I mean, he's been fantastic since June 1st. People act like Bohm has stunk. He had a horrible first 2 months of the season. But since June 1st, Bohm has been very good at the plate. He had a really good night in the field the other night. Bohm at third, Torres at short, Herrera at in center, Williams in left, Wheeler's pitching. Herrera had a good night last night, by the way, even though he was playing left field for, I think, the first time ever. I've never seen Herrera play left. So Segura, Hoskins, Harper, Real Muto, Bohm, Torres, Herrera, Williams, Wheeler is pitching. Who's pitching for the Nats tonight, you know? Because you have Wheeler pitching, that's a clear advantage. I don't love the Hoskins in the 2-hole. I mean, in this situation, I don't really know that there's a great option here. I mean, maybe Torres. Torres has actually been a breath of fresh air. Oh, Patrick Corbin's going for the Nationals today, who made a lot of money, man. But got to win this game. Got to happen. Got to have it. Got to have this game. And Josh, can you get the Mets tonight? The Mets are playing the Marlins, and that pitching matchup is, who do we got on that? Because the Mets have, Walker, Tijuan Walker is pitching against Nick Neinhart. Not Natty Neinhart or Jim the Anvil, but Nick Neinhart is pitching tonight for the Marlins. The Mets lost that game last night, and the Phillies won. So they finally were able to get a win on a night where they lost. So, yeah, the Mets, look, they've been playing some bad baseball. The Phillies have been playing some bad baseball. So you haven't lost any ground, but it's time to start gaining some and not falling. You're 2.5 back. When you play them on Friday, okay, when you play the Mets on Friday, you've got to be in this spot. You've got to be in the 2.5 spot and stay right here. And when they look, now we're getting down the stretch. We're not in like the must-win mode, but when Zach Wheeler pitches against the Nationals, it's close, man. Like, must-win is when mathematically it is so crippling when you lose, but these are the aesthetically bad losses.
Walker has allowed 5 runs or more in 3 straight starts. His last 3 starts.
Walker. I was like, wait, Wheeler?
No,
I thought you were talking about Wheeler. Walker.
Yeah. So the Mets might lose this game again tonight. He's not pitching well.
No, and look, the whole Mets staff, Gary's been on numerous times talking about, look, they're pitching Jared Eichhoff in games. I mean, they've pitched guys that have no business being out there. Let me see who they've got coming up in the rest of this week here.
They have Carrasco tomorrow.
So this is what's coming up. It's Carrasco tomorrow, Rich Hill on Thursday. So the Phillies are going to see Stroman, McGill. McGill's been really, he stunk last night, but McGill's been pretty good.
McGill's been solid.
Yeah, he's been really good. And Walker. So you're going to get Stroman, McGill, and Walker, and the Phillies are going to go with Gibson, Suarez, and Wheeler. So it's Gibson, Stroman, Suarez, McGill, and Wheeler, Walker. I mean, you have the advantage in almost every one of those series, in every one of those pitching matchups.
except for one.
Which one?
Stroman.
You like Stroman more than Gibson? I mean, that's a push. Gibson's been really good this year.
Stroman's been good this year.
Stroman is 7-10 with a 2.80 ERA, 1.13 WHIP. Yeah, he's been pretty good.
Yeah, they didn't win.
I know, but I'm saying they don't win a lot for him.
Yeah, but he's pitches well.
He has kept them in games, but
and that's the problem with the Phillies. Sometimes they don't get out to leads early.
If Gibson can give them 6-7 innings,
if they can keep that like a 1-1 game or 2-2 game into the 7th inning, I have hope.
Yeah, and then McGill's going
against Suarez. You said right.
McGill is pitching in the game against Suarez. Now McGill is 268. 1.12 WHIP. So he's been, and I knew he's been really good. He did not pitch well last night. Not awful, but it was the first game that he kind of got hit around a little bit, and they lost that game. It's an interesting, like this series. Then the Phillies play the Mets again in September. That's it. They have 6 games left with the Mets this weekend, and then the weekend of September 17th, 18th, 19th.
The next 6 days can make or break the NL East race.
I don't know about that.
I couldn't get the bite there.
No, I mean, even if you get swept by that, let's say you enter the series 2.5 back. All right. I'll play along with this game.
All right.
If you enter this series exactly the same spot you're in and you get swept, you're only 5.5 back.
Right, but 5.5 starts becoming daunting because how the rest of the season is going to go. You know that eventually you're going to get DeGrom back. They're going to eventually get some of guys like Lindor and others back in the lineup. So to me, now is the time to take advantage of it.
I'm not advocating getting swept.
I know you're not advocating that. I'm just saying that I think that this is an opportunity.
It is an opportunity. But my point is, like you said, the next 6 could make, even if you enter this, let's say they sweep the Marlins the rest of the way here, man. Then okay, it depends. Where am I when I enter the series on Friday? Do they win these next 2 and I lose these next 2 and then I'm 4.5 back, and then if they sweep me, I'm 9.5 back, then I'm in trouble.
Right.
Yeah. If I lose, what did Dombrowski say? Well, if we lose 10 in a row or something. Yeah. If you go into into the tank here now, Philadelphia the rest of this series, they got Wheeler tonight, so you got the pitching check mark there. I like that.
Even though it is Corbin on the other side.
Yeah, but I'm taking Wheeler over Corbin.
Yes. It's not an easy matchup.
Anderson tomorrow against Espino.
I mean, that's a coin flip.
Nola versus Ross. I mean, we always want to say Nola gives you the advantage. I mean, he's better than Joe Ross.
Nola's been an enigma this year.
He really has been. And then it's Gibson, Stroman, Suarez, McGill, Wheeler, Walker. And then Chase Anderson's got to pitch against the Dodgers.
Oof.
Yeah, exactly. And then Nola versus Scherzer. So you're facing Buehler, Scherzer, and Price. Those are the 6 games. Mets, Dodgers. That might be the problem for you.
The Dodgers, you need to win the next few games.
Yeah.
So you go into the Dodgers series and you can take the kick to the groin.
Sickening. All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Because you got to face Scherzer again. You just faced him with the Nationals last week, and then you're going to get stuck facing him again with the Dodgers.
You can't get away from this guy.
All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Download the free mobile app. You can get it in the Apple Store or Google Play, and you can text us through the app on your phone in the App Store. You can text us at 609-403-0973. You can also watch the show live on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter, and leave a comment in the comment section below. We asked you before. We'll finish off the show with asking you this again. You're going to watch the Eagles play on opening weekend, right? September the 12th. Where are you watching them? What establishment, and what time do you get there? All right? You can give us whatever, the fare, what you eat there, why you go. But where is the best place to go watch the Eagles game for the opener on September the 12th? 609-403-0973. We'll wrap up the show coming up next. All right, we'll get ready to wrap up the show as game night's coming up next. Josh will have you till 6 o'clock. Another hour live and local, taking you all the way till 7 here on the Sports Bash 97.3 ESPN. I'm Mike Gill. Don't forget, download the free mobile app in the Apple Store or Google Play, and you can text us through the free mobile app. We asked you earlier today, what is the best spot in South Jersey, Delaware, the listening audience, wherever you're listening, where do you go to watch the Eagles game? So we got a bunch of, answers on this. Now, I had said, look, I don't usually go out to watch the game. I'm taking notes. I'm doing all that kind of stuff. I usually sit on my back porch and watch outside there until it's too cold out, and then I'll go inside during the months of like November, December to watch the Eagles game. But we got a lot of good responses. So I'll ask you again, where's the best spot to go to watch the Eagles game where you live? All right? So where do you go to watch the Eagles game? Send us a text, 609-403-0973, and we will compile a list of the best places to watch over on our website, 973ESPN.com. All right? So send us that text. Where is the best spot to go to watch the Eagles game? Did you see Kendrick Nunn, by the way? He signed with the Lakers. The Lakers have signed every single free agent so far. Every free agent that's been out there, the Lakers have signed. I thought the Bulls have done an interesting free agent. The East has gotten very interesting, man.
Definitely interesting. And also, like you said, the Lakers are collecting free agents like some of these kids collect Pokemon. It's ridiculous.
But are they getting better, or are they just hoarding people?
I mean, it's half and half because on one hand, some of the players are genuinely going to help them because they need shooting. But some of the other guys, you're just like, it's almost like
Trevor Ariza, Dwight Howard.
Well, Ariza can still play defense a little bit in this league.
Oh, nobody cares about defense, though.
Well, teams that want to win championships care about defense.
It's funny you say that. Conveniently people forget the Warriors were great. Why did they win the title, though?
They played great defense.
Their defense won them those titles.
Their defense was elite.
Draymond Green, that article that I talked about with Ben Simmons in it, the number 3 guy on that list, it was Ben Simmons as the best defensive player in the league according to the NBA coaches, then Rudy Gobert, and then Draymond Green. You know who else is a great defensive player? Klay Thompson. You know who else is a great defensive player when he feels like it? Kevin Durant.
Yes.
People don't really want to – they gloss over the fact, why did the Milwaukee Bucks win this title?
Defense.
Giannis Antetokounmpo is a first-team All-NBA defender. Drew Holiday was also mentioned in that article as one of the greatest defenders on the ball in the league. So we want to gloss over defense and act like, whoa, no one cares. You got to be able to score. No, the teams that have won championships, they did it because they were the better defensive team.
Mm-hmm.
Period, point blank. The year the Lakers won their championship 2 years ago, LeBron is a pretty good defensive player, right?
Yes. It's very much so.
It's just, let's put in perspective there, all right?
People don't want perspective, Mike. People just want to point and scream and complain because they don't really have solutions. The problem is a lot of people who hate Ben or they're arguing online right now about Andre Drummond signing. They're not really giving solutions. They're just angry and they want someone to blame. They don't want to be solution oriented because the moment they become solution oriented, they realize how irrational they're being.
I want to read this from that article real fast. It says Giannis Antetokounmpo is coming off one of the greatest NBA Finals performances of all time in leading the Bucks to their first title in 50 years. And as great as he was on offense during the playoffs, his ability to play on the other end of the floor is what separated him from the other great players in the league. And guess what? That's why they won the title, because of his defensive play. What happened when Drew Holiday switched in that series and went to Chris Paul? Turned the whole series around.
He dogged him.
We don't love to talk about defensive changes and what it means, but a lot of teams that win the title, it's because they're the better defensive team.
You can't name a team in the last 20 years that won an NBA title without quality defense.
And listen, I get it. That doesn't give Ben Simmons a free pass for being as inept offensively as he was, but let's not discount it so immensely that we're ready to just give him up for a bag of basketballs. That's all I'm saying. I'm not giving him a free pass for his ineptitude on offense. He must and has to be better. And if he's not, then you have to make the decision to move on from him.
Because at the end of the day, Ben Simmons' problem isn't shooting specifically or scoring. His problem is desire. When Ben Simmons wants to score, like he did in that Jazz game, he dominated.
41 points in that game. All right, that'll do it for me. Josh has you till 7 here on the Sports Bash. Tomorrow, Mike McGarry, Jason Fitz, Jeff Mosher, Jeff Kerr. Do you remember all of it right here? Hopefully you'll join me for another great edition of the Sports Bash. Hopefully you enjoyed today's show. I'm Mike Gill. Follow me on Twitter at Mike Gill Show. And don't forget to download the free mobile app. You can always download the app in the Apple Store, Google Play. The more you get the app, you can listen on your phone and text us right through the app on your phone. It's a great way to get in touch with us. All right, have a great night, everybody. Josh Edding produced the show, and I'm Mike Gill. Holy moly. What a day, what a day. All right, will something big happen with the Sixers? Find out tomorrow here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Go Phils. Hey, it's Mike Gill on Wednesday's show. We'll recap the Phillies and the Nationals, plus the latest on Ben Simmons and the Sixers. Eagles training camp continues. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, Jeff Mosher, football at 4, and Jeff Kerr on the Eagles and NFL at 5:25.